Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. We received an email from Commissioner Terrapini requesting to be excused from this BOC meeting due to being in contact with someone with COVID-19. So I need a motion.
A motion to excuse.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, roll call, please.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, here.
Mayor Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini is absent and excused. Commissioner Donovan?
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Kurt Snair from the St. Timothy Lutheran Church, following by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Lord, we just thank you that you are patient and kind with us. Teach us to treat each other with civility and respect. We thank you for the beauty of your creation that you've allowed us to be a part of and to manage with our gifts that you've given us. We pray that you would make us good stewards, not just of the land, but of our community. And Lord, tonight we call upon you to give wisdom and counsel to those who are called to lead, that they might guide us in ways that are not just for this generation, but all generations to come. May your will be done. We ask your blessing and call upon you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to remind to everyone that at 7:30, the public hearing portion of this meeting must begin. Once the public hearing portion is completed, we will continue the meeting from where we left off. And before we go to the public comments, I'd like to remind to everyone that based on the city rules and procedures, all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner with respect, without a personal attacks, and I want to thank you for your cooperation. And now we're going to the public comments. If you have any comments, please come to the podium. State your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Do you want to clarify that these are the items that aren't coming on the agenda tonight?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Carl Wagon, 498 South Highland Avenue in Tarpon Springs. I thought I'd take a few of your minutes tonight and drop on you a little bit of education from some respected sources in Pinellas County. I want you to recall the recent hearing we had on Hayes Road. There was a letter solicited from the Pinellas County Public Works Department. You received a response from Kelly Hammer-Levy, the director. There are several important points that I don't know if you comprehended from the last meeting, and they were items number 16 and 17 in her letter. Talking about the property on Highway 19 at the intersection of Van Clote River, it says the proposed project area and proposed road are currently highly vulnerable to flooding and storm surge. Sea level rise projections also indicate significant impact from blue sky flooding and increased storm surge in this area. The proposed project site and road are also entirely located within the current conditions 25-year coastal floodplain, and portions of the proposed site will be inundated with a king tide in 2040 when accounting for the intermediate sea rise level. Item number 17, I cut that one short. Item number 17 says avoidance of flood losses, infrastructure level of service, sidewalks and stormwater, and infrastructure damage, and its negative impact on people is the first line of defense and floodplain management best practice. Per Florida Statutes 163.3178, quote, "It is the intent of the legislature that local government comprehensive plans restrict development activities where such activities would damage or destroy coastal resources, and that such plans protect human life and limit public expenditures in areas that are subject to destruction by natural disaster. Even if built to a higher standard, this proposed development does the opposite by placing more people in a highly vulnerable area, which does not protect them nor limit public expenditures. Additionally, federal regulations for floodplain management require that any community participating in the National Flood Insurance Program, quote, must take into account flood, mudslide, and flood-related erosion hazards to the extent that they are known in all official actions relating to land management and use." Signed by Kelly Hammer Levy, Director, Pinellas County Public Works. It's interesting to note, you probably can't see this, I wish I had an overhead projector. FEMA today released an updated flood map for Pinellas County, and the area subject of this letter from Kelly Levy was dropped a foot. It's no longer a 9-foot elevation, it's 8-foot elevation. I think I'll have to give you lesson number 2 at our next meeting, since I have only 47 seconds left, and this one is a little bit deeper. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on the items that we're not going to discuss this evening?
My name is Annie Dabbs, and I reside at 803 South Distance Avenue in Tarpon Springs. I just want to talk about the effect of museums in our areas and around outside. Museums does not always have masterpieces by the great artists. It has work also to showcase the beginners' work and what they can do. Children can get a lot from a museum. I can picture their faces if you stand them before an easel and give them a brush. We don't know what they may create, but I'm sure some of them will create masterpieces some days if they have the chance and the opportunity in the neighborhood where they live, so they don't have to go out of the neighborhood. Great exploration work to support practical learning, and art is one of the areas of practical learning for children and adults as well. They listen to TV and many other programs. They go on field trips, that's fine, but sometimes they need something else to inspire them and to motivate them to do good works. Just like the power of a song can be very powerful. If a young child get up to sing and the words he can understand, or she, it makes them feel great inside, and it tells them that they can do greater things. So therefore they are inspired and they are motivated. Why would anyone want to take that from a child? We all live in Tarpon Springs. There are many different nationalities in Tarpon Springs. and their various different cultures. In a museum, there's history and there's exhibit. People can learn about their history as they see these exhibits around the world. It helps them to understand better where they came from, and especially children. Let us not take that away from the little ones. We are the ones to help them grow into the kind of citizens that we would like to have here in Tarpon Springs. So let us remember that the museum serves more than one purpose or two purposes. And as I said before, it does not always have masterpieces in them. Let the children display what they have in mind. We don't know, but if we give them an easel and give them a paintbrush and say, go and paint, they will turn out, some of them, no doubt, masterpieces later on in their lives. So I'm hoping that we could reconsider some of these things. Let's not take away from children. Let's support the programs that will inspire and motivate our children and to help them grow into meaningful citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other speakers? Do we have any other public comments?
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Due to our new rules, I'll have to do some speed reading and speed talking. First off, I'd like to point out the irony here that because you passed new rules with no Zoom, no phone call in, no emails and such, Commissioner Terrapini can't participate, where before he could have. And secondly, you're going to be having a community engagement meeting on Thursday at 7 o'clock by Zoom. Yet, y'all refuse to do Zoom or any kind of other outside participation. Now, for your reading of this evening, Psalm 12. Help, Lord, for the godly are no more. The faithful have vanished from among men. Everyone lies to his neighbor. Their flattering lips speak with deception. May the Lord cut off all flattering lips and every boastful tongue that says, we will triumph with our tongues. We own our lips. Who is our master? Because of the oppression of the weak and the groaning of the needy, I will now arise, said the Lord. I will protect them from those who malign them. And the words of the Lord are flawless, like silver refined in a furnace of clay, purified 7 times. O Lord, you will keep us safe and protect us from such people forever. The wicked freely strut about when what is vile is honored among men. Now, this was in the Tampa Bay Times on July 28th, reposted from the Washington Post. Climate change is forcing us indoors, and childhood will never be the same. Playing in nature is essential to children's development. How could it be otherwise, considering human history and evolution? Research suggests that access to outdoor green space improves kids' physical health, social interactions, and imagination, problem solving, as well as neighborhood cohesion and parental stress levels, among other things. But access to nature, non-existence for some in urban areas, was already shrinking before this summer's climate chaos. Richard Louv, author of Last Child in the Woods, has written a book that says nature deficit disorder that increases in screen use plus parental discomfort with unstructured and lightly supervised play are causing a narrowing of the senses, greater rates of depression, and myopia among children. The decaying of outdoor play poses a philosophical concern as well as a particular one. As the writer Gracie Olmsted puts it, caregiving for the land and caregiving for human bodies represent a fight for and a reverence for life. The implicit messages our children receive about our relationship with nature influence their mental models of how the world works and what to value. Like so many ills, this kneecapping of childhood hits children of color and children from lower income backgrounds harder than their peers. Sadly, the link between children's well-being and the climate they will inherit has not motivated the political will to decarbonize at the pace experts say is needing. Addressing issues like shade and park equity and reshaping communities so that kids have a variety of spaces to freely play and explore beyond fenced-in playgrounds may need to move far higher on the priority list. You have an opportunity to provide that background. We have been before you for months, for years, asking that you save the 74-acre Antelope River parcel to be turned into a public park. We can set this up in many ways and provide access to those communities that don't have access to this type of nature on a readily basis. We can provide bus service through our community groups. Even the Cops and Kids with their transportation model can provide access to kids of the lower income and neglected backgrounds. These are things that you haven't thought about, but these are important. So, as these projects come before you, there are other things to look at besides tax revenue and the possibility of extra business for those businesses that will already gain business from tourists who come to a park. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? Do we have any other public comments? Please come to the podium.
My name is Eleanor Crane, and I live at 534 Live Oak Street. And I walked to the property that you guys are talking about this evening, and I can't show it to anyone, but while I was there for the half hour walking around, the deer and the raccoons and all of the wildlife that's all they have left. And I listened to someone talk about a coyote about 25 minutes ago, which is a concern for a lot of people. I don't understand why you need to take the little bit of earth that's left here. Mears is a mess. Mango is, I don't know what. But you guys need to start proving your worth and commit to the earth that gives you what you already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Do we have any other public comments? I hear none. Thank you. We now go into the consent agenda. Number 1 is the minutes. A, October 13, 2020, regular session. B is October 27, 2020, regular session. C is October 29, 2020, work session. D is November 9, 2020, special session. E is November 10, 2020, regular session. Number 2 is satisfaction, release of liens. Number 3 is the attorney fees. A, Trask and Dino, invoice August 4, 2021. B is Johnson & Johnson, invoice 8221. Number 4 is the special events. A, homecoming parade. B is outdoor music festival. B is authorized execution of license agreement with supervisor of elections for ballot drop-off location at the library. Number 6 is to approve modification to agreement with the USF for strategic planning services. Number 7 is to authorize the city manager to execute American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund Agreement. Number 8 is to award bid number 210179, BJL, furnished and installed commercial steel building, rebid. Number 9 is the award file number 210198, MAM, purchase of used compact loader. And number 10 is the award file number 210199, CAM, utilizing source wheel contract. Number 2021-2 120716, NAF vehicles, cars, vans, USVs, and light trucks with related equipment, accessories, and services for the purchase of vehicles. I'd like to pull item number 7. Any other items would you like to pull? No?
No.
Okay. Are there any public comments on those items, items 1 through 10, with the exception of 7?
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue, 3A. Attorney's bills. Just like to point out to the public how many lawsuits y'all are involved in. Tina Hidden versus City of Tarpon Springs. Save Eastlake versus City of Tarpon Springs. Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs versus Tarpon Springs. Elijah Durham and Ashley Durham and Products and Services, LLC, doing business as Solberger versus City of Tarpon Springs. There's another one here, Tarpon Springs MLK sewer line damage. I don't know if that's a suit, but quite possibly. Then you got Tarpon Springs versus Beals. Tarpon Springs Rabner. And those are just a few of the lawsuits that are going on here. And why is that? Because of decisions y'all have made against the will and the people's desires. How many times have we come up here, and others have come up here, to say and speak out about their concerns? Yet this board somehow sometimes has a different agenda, and this is what results. All these expenses, $350, $52.50, $140, $70, $192.50. This one, Tarpon Springs versus Beal, $1,505. Another one, $35. And here's a big one. Oh no, that's the retainer. Disregard. So at least $2,000 in the last billing. So I will reiterate, you need to start listening more to the citizens who vote for you and that you represent. And you need to allow them as many options as available for them to communicate to you. I know you say you read your emails, but the public doesn't know what those emails are. They go to a computer. There's no access from the citizens to see the emails that come to you unless we do a public records request. So how, in your actions, can you be trusted to be listening to the citizens? So I just wanted to point out to those who aren't aware of all the lawsuits that you are up against because of decisions y'all have made contrary to the will of the people. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
Anita Protus, 901 Bay Shore Drive. I'm debating whether to come up here right now and say this. Lawsuits are very common in government. We all know that. Peter DeLacus should know that. He was a commissioner. Commissioner Vatikotis knows that. He was city manager. You have lawsuits. People can file a lawsuit. I don't know if it's still $65 or $75 to file one. You have lawsuits for all different reasons. You listen. They may not like the outcome of what you voted on for what they wanted. They file a lawsuit. I am tired of listening to the innuendos of wrongdoings with our city commission. We elected you to do the right thing. Most of y'all do, some don't. We don't like it, but we don't file a lawsuit. It is a common thing for lawsuits. And the public needs to know that. And not all of them are because you don't do things for special people. And I can attest to that. And it's wrong to put that out in the public. Lawsuits happen in government. Right, Commissioner Vatikotis?
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on the items 1 through 10, with the exception of 7?
Hi, my name is Laura Johnson, and I'm at 30 Central Court, Tarpon Springs. I've been here before. The irony of that last statement is just floors me. I put forth a citizens challenge based on a comprehensive plan. It was a wetland buffer dispute. It was actually during Mayor Protus's, or ex-Mayor Protus's, tenure here. The commissioners decided to put pool cages and enclosures in a wetland buffer, on a preservation wetland. And as we pointed out to them, it goes against a comprehensive plan. Okay, so case closed, right? Wouldn't listen to us. We took it to the state, who resides over the comprehensive plan. The state sided with us. We did a citizens challenge. They fought it. I mean, they lost. They fought it. And that just goes to the irony. That's why do some commissioners or some administrations go against even defined plans for their own agenda? The irony.
Okay. Are there any other public comments on these items? I hear none. Chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve items 1 through 10 with the exception of 7.
Second.
Are there any commission comments on these items? Here now, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Well, the reason why I'm pulling number 7, which is to authorize city manager to execute the American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund Agreement, is because I want to share the good news with our residents. The American Rescue Plan, which is the recovery plan from the coronavirus, will provide the city $12.8 million to be used for various projects. The first payment will be $6.4 million, and I would like to ask Mr. Licouris if he can explain the program for the benefit of the public.
Well, again, we've been talking about this, as you can see and we've got the document. We've been waiting months after we were supposed to get word on the money. At least we now got a signature page to sign. We don't have the money yet, but a signature page. So as you can see in the agreement, not much has changed on the definitions of what the money can be used for. We've been looking for some clarification. And Ron Herring is one of the ones specifically keeping up with it. We talk about it every week or two between the city managers. So, it's very clear what infrastructure projects it can be used for. So, as soon as you approve me signing this document, hopefully we'll be able to give you the real good news that the first segment of money is in our bank account, and then we'll be coming back to you to talk about what projects and what we're going to do to utilize that money for the citizens of Tarpon Springs.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Peter Lackas, 514 Ashland Avenue. Despite the reluctance and the no votes of Republican House of Representative members that represent our area, President Biden got this through. So we just need to remind the public how this occurred, because Republicans up and down the coast were voting against it. Yet, our Republican governor, he had a press conference a few weeks back, maybe a month or so back in Palm Harbor, talking about giving bonuses to teachers, like it was his money, but it came from the federal government from this same plan. Same thing that we're going to benefit from. And it wasn't because of our Republican House of representatives of our area that this is provided to us.
Former
It's
Commissioner Delagas,
because
would you please stay with the subject?
the subject is
Stay
the
with it,
money
will you
that's
please? Come
coming
on.
to the
This is very
city
important.
is being provided by the efforts of President Biden and the House of Representatives, because they fought to give the people the money that they need to get through this crisis and to support the local governments that were affected. And I would like to hear a little bit more, because part of it is to go to businesses affected, how that money will be distributed or shared to local businesses. Will they have to apply for funds? So I would like a little bit more information on how that money will be divvied out to those entities other than the government entity of Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Are there any public comments relating to this issue, to this item?
Good evening, I'm Jackie Turner at 792 Chesapeake Drive. Thank you, City Manager, for the update on this. This is certainly exciting news. I too feel that a really clear and detailed plan of what the city intends to do with the $12 million is going to be necessary. That's, you know, that is still our tax dollars. We're all citizens that have contributed to that tax base. You know, the parameters, there's healthcare, infrastructure, tourism, economic development. I do clearly understand what it takes. I'm actually burning the midnight oil these days, desperately trying to meet a federal grant deadline in my own personal or professional job that is related to COVID support needs for healthcare workers. So I do understand the complexities that's involved in this. So can we engage the citizens that are maybe involved in our various community and civic groups to say, where do we want to put these 12 million? Like I said, that's been my life these last few weeks with my job of doing this exact thing. So this is geared towards municipalities. I have a grant in front of me that is for frontline healthcare workers. That's my job. And I know the level of details because this is all I've been doing. So can we get together to make this happen and make it the richest way that we can utilize every penny of this? So just wanted to throw that out there for y'all.
Good evening, Robin Sanger, 1630 Lonesome Pine Lane, Tarpon Springs. To build on what Ms. Turner just said, probably several months ago now, I sent a letter to the city asking that you look at this very issue. If you look at the language of the bill, which is quite extensive, there are opportunities to expand mental health, public health, and we certainly are facing both of those as a health crisis at this time. Let's look at some innovative things we can do. Perhaps we can offer scholarships to SPC students who are going into the mental health field or to become social workers, school nurses, things like that. I'd like us to look at this with a very wide lens and to have citizen engagement and input as to how to spend these funds. I know that's a big pie that we have to look at, but I would like for some of this to go towards the betterment of the physical and mental health of the people of Tarpon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Panayiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I'm happy this topic was brought up and regarding the funds on where they're supposed to be allocated, but I would say that I would ask that any candidates or anybody coming up here come up here and state that none of these funds be used towards their organizations. They need to be requesting funding from various companies or individuals who want to donate. That money is to be used for the citizens of Tarpon Springs, towards infrastructure and things to make our city better. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Hear none? I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Item 7.
Okay.
Second.
And we go to commission comments. What I'd like to say is, once we learn what the requirements are on how these funds will be spent, I'd like to ask Mr. Licouris to provide us with a strategy list of projects and programs that we'll be able to fund with this money. Any other Commissioner Vatiquiotis?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I appreciated the update. I believe it's $12.8 million, is that correct? Instead of the 10 that we had said earlier. Also, I want to point out that the expenditure of these funds, actually the encumbrance doesn't have to take place until December 31st, anytime between now and December 31st, 2024, which is over 3 years from now. And also, they don't need to be actually expended until December 31st, 2026. Also want to remind everyone that we've got a strategic plan in the works, which we've got a great deal of community outreach that I would hope that we have some priorities established with that. The comprehensive plan is being updated. Also, we've got a sustainability action plan that encompasses not just the environment, but also economic and social issues as well. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. And there is one aspect that I'll probably get with the city manager. I'd like to have a little more expansion on the stormwater, whether that would take into account sea level rise and inundation, as well as just runoff from rain events and things of that nature. So I'm not in any hurry to spend this money, not until I hear from the residents in one way or the other through these plans or more comprehensively. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Commission comments? Here none. And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Thank you. We now go into the special consent agenda, item number 11, South Spring Boulevard, Whitcomb Bayou area alternatives. Staff report, please.
Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you. I'm Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. This item concerns the South Spring Boulevard, Whitcomb Bayou area, specifically following through with the board's directive at the June 8th BOC meeting, so we're back again. Here tonight with Paul Smith, Public Services Director, and Doug Stoker from Cardno that can help answer questions for you later. And so to jump right in, to summarize, staff has prepared 4 options for your consideration for this area. To clarify the backup memo a little for you, the first 2 options are mutually exclusive options, while option 3 and 4 are provided to give you a bigger picture, and I'll unpack all these here for you in a minute. Options 3 and 4 could be considered to be sequential or concurrent phases with option 1 or 2 as desired. So let me kind of walk through this a little bit. Start with option 1. This option proposes a 1 grant approach to address the Whitcomb Bayou area. We outlined 4 steps within that option in your backup. Step 1 would basically jump right into a planning stage where the city would hire a consultant to prepare an alternatives analysis for the Whitcomb area. The study will present 3 alternatives, or maybe more, for public input, then narrow it down to a single project for BOC approval. The consultant would then review and recommend a funding strategy based on the alternative selected, basically trying to match up the right grant with the right project. That's all included in the first step for an estimated fee of about $90,000, which would be paid by the city. And the second step here in this first option would be to hire a consultant after we complete that planning part to prepare the grant application for design and construction. That's the big grant based on the selected alternative. So this step has been separated from the first in this approach because the specific grant for which we would apply is not determined yet. It's based on what the nature of that project winds up being. So some grant applications require quite a bit more effort than others. And then finally, the last 2 steps of option 1 there are the design and the construction phases using the grant proceeds. In summarizing option 1, this provides a faster timeline than option 2, which I'll get into in a second, but this option 1 would have slightly more out-of-pocket expenses for the city, comparing it to option 2. So here we go into option 2, elaborating a little bit more on what's in the backup there. Option 2 proposes a 2 grant approach, but also in 4 steps. Step 1 would be the hiring of a consultant to prepare a grant application for the planning phase, the planning and alternatives analysis phase. With that money, then the planning phase would start, which is step 2. That would be a planning grant, which would allow us to do the alternatives analysis with public input and the funding analysis, again, trying to match up the right grant with the right project. And it would include, cover the cost of preparing the grant application based on the selected alternative for the big money, the design and construction grant. And then 2 more steps of option 2 are to do the design and construction. That's step 3 and 4. So summarizing option 2, that option provides a longer timeline, but would have slightly less out-of-pocket expenses for the city because there's 2 grants involved in there. And just a note about these options, in your backup memo, both options 1 and 2 outline a process through which Arcadis would be hired through the city's engineering consultant, engineer of record contract with Cardno. I'll let you know Cardno has been in close contact with Arcadis and is comfortable with this approach. Our procurement director has also approved the approach. And both Cardno and Arcadis helped me prepare the summary outlines that you see there in the backup memo and the pricing. So moving here on to options 3 and 4 to wrap this up. Option 3 is here because I wanted to show you this option more as a reminder that there is an immediate action still on the table that the board could choose to proceed with to specifically address the intersection of South Spring and MLK. From previous discussions with the board, it seems that the board's preference is to take a broader approach, but the board's final preference on this specific project hasn't really yet been finalized, so we just wanted to bring that into the discussion. And lastly, option 4 is presented here, not necessarily as an alternative to the other options, so maybe option is probably not the right word, but it's more in here to bring this to the attention of the board and the public that staff has already embarked on a comprehensive citywide grant-funded vulnerability assessment and action plan that will address sea level rise and identify adaptation or resiliency projects in an action plan document. And the Whitcomb Bayou area will certainly be included in the action plan there. So, Mayor, I've tried to summarize it briefly for you there with a little bit more explanation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
We'll get to that, and we're going to go to public comments.
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Are there any public comments on this item?
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I would recommend option 2. It does allow you to maximize and leverage a smaller amount of money to apply for grants, as Ms. Protus has long asked you to get a grant provider on, but having a specialist who does this would help us in that regard, and it would also allow us to begin looking at actions that can be done for South Spring Boulevard and Whitcomb Bayou itself. But in the meantime, I don't see any reason why you couldn't approve 2 and 4. They're not mutually exclusive. They can be done together. And as Mr. Robertson has said, the city has already looked at starting an evaluation or assessment of those vulnerable areas around the city. As you're well aware, last week we had some high tides. It was full moon. And there's many areas that are subject to this flooding aspect. So getting that also in place would be substantially helpful, not only for us in the city, but also possibly for those doing the grant writing and their aspect of applying for those grants, because I think it would be of value to any grant application that the city is also doing a citywide evaluation. So I would say that you provide for both 2 and 4. That would give us, I think, the strongest option in dealing with this situation of rising tides, climate change that continues to affect us in many ways. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item?
Baniatis Kuyas, Peninsula Avenue. I just want the city to be able to coordinate with the county because Beckett Bridge will be under construction sometime soon. So it's up to the city to decide whether this project is going to happen before Beckett Bridge or after Beckett Bridge is completed, because you can't have those evacuation routes under construction both at the same time. So just something to consider in the future and timing out the project. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item? Hear none? Okay, need a motion?
Motion to approve. Let me get clarification real quick. City Manager, are you looking for direction for 1 and 2 and then potential add-ons, or what are we looking for here?
Whatever the wishes of the boards are.
Okay. I mean, just for discussion stance, I would like to, I've got a lot of questions still on this. I would say motion to approve option 1 with add-ons of option 3 and option 4 for discussion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you. And now we're going to public comments. I got comments and questions as well. Mr. Robertson.
Yes, sir.
Option 1 and 2 are similar. Option 1 requires 1 application for 1 grant, and the cost is between $115,000 to $140,000. Option 2 that requires 2 applications, 2 grants, and the cost of the city will be $93,000. How you can have 2 applications, 2 grants, and it will be less money than 1 application, 1 grant?
Well, for the 2-grant approach, you would have a second grant that provides more money, and therefore less money will be required by the city.
Okay. But actually, it's probably going to cost just as much.
They're pretty similar in terms of orders of magnitude of cost.
Okay. The Wickham Boulevard shorelines, is that including the section under the jurisdiction of Pinellas County?
The Whitcomb Boulevard shorelines?
Yeah, the shorelines.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Mayor.
Yeah, the shorelines that actually that's going to be part of this project, correct?
Mayor, are you talking about the county portion of Whitcomb Bayou?
Yes.
So that's Virginia to
From Virginia
Gulf
down
Road.
to Gulf Road. Is that going to be included?
Right. So county partnership is still something that would need to be worked out. It would definitely have to be considered as part of the evaluation, but how we partner with work that may or may not need to get done over there still needs to be determined. And that's something we can evaluate during the planning phase.
So regardless of what option we select, we need to have them involved at the very beginning as well. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay. In order to hire the engineer, the process that we're going to use to hire the design engineer is going to be a bidding process?
No.
Huh?
For the design engineer, yes. I'm sorry, I misspoke. To hire the grant consultant, what we've proposed here is using our engineer of record contract. But for the design and construction, for the design of the full system or the solution, we would do an RFQ process to hire
An
that
RFQ
engineer.
process.
Yeah.
And to select the contractor to actually do the work, we also going to use a competitive process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why we don't use competitive process to hire the company, the Arcadis company to write the applications? Why we using a different method? Kind of seems like we're going back door, using, not going directly with a fair process. Why is that?
Well, this method it proposes a direct approach to get us to work faster. And it is a method that we've used many times where we use our engineer of record, which our engineer of record contract was competitively selected. But there's no reason why we couldn't do an RFQ for those services as well, Mayor. So either way could work.
I'd like to ask Mr. Licouris, have we researched to see if there's any other companies available to provide the service? Have we approached any other companies, just, to be fair to all the companies that are out there?
I hope you wouldn't ask that question.
Well,
When you're dealing with a bid process, as we're gonna know later tonight, you're always dealing with unknowns. I'm sure there's other, whether it's a few or many possible bidders on the project. Obviously, you get a situation where you get low bids. You don't have any insurances when that occurs that you're gonna get what you want. So that's definitely a method to use. The only thing different about this situation was that our engineer of record is familiar with this company and has worked with them before. And I think that's why there's more of a comfort level than there would be otherwise. If that wasn't the case, I don't think there'd be the comfort level to do it that way. But there is a familiarity between our engineer of record, which was bid, and this company, Acadis. So again, there's no reason why you couldn't go out to do that, but again, you're gonna get products that you may like or you may not like in that bid process. So it's just a decision and a weighing of those facts that have to be made before you do that.
personally, I would feel more comfortable if we have a fair process to all the companies that are out there, not just the one just to select the one company because he happens to like them up front. Okay, option 3, the intersection of Martin Luther King and South Spring Boulevard. If option 1 and option 2 doesn't work out, and we do not receive the grant, then we should pursue this option 3. I think is necessary. We have to correct the flooding problem that we have there and go through the process that we, perhaps we need to engineer this project and get it going. Would you please explain again the option number 4, the vulnerability assessment of the action plan?
Sure. So as I tried to explain in my intro there, it's really not an option. It's something that's already something that we're undertaking. The only reason I put it in or listed as an option is that the board could choose to wait on all other alternatives, wait for this vulnerability assessment and action plan to be completed before moving ahead with any action. But we know that the Whitcomb Bayou is going to be considered. We know it's going to be a big part of that action plan. So if the board chose to move ahead with a Whitcomb Bayou area project, I don't think you'd be circumventing that process. But again, it's basically, it's an action plan, much like your stormwater action plan is. It's going to evaluate the target areas and help us prioritize where to focus.
Okay. If we select option 1, that's going to take less time to get this project.
A one grant approach should take less time.
Less
Yes,
time.
we believe it will.
Why do you think that?
Well, when you go through a grant process, it takes quite a bit of time. It's depending on the grant, it could take sometimes up to a year, depending on the funding cycle of the grant writing agency, or excuse me, the grant agency. So when you go through 2 grants, you're going through that process twice. So inherently, there's some room for there's room for getting denied a grant for that matter. There's risk there, but also it takes more time to do 2 grants than it would for one.
Yeah. And again, if we had a fair process on applying for the grant, selecting the design engineer, and selecting the contractor, if it's a fair process on all those 3 steps, I will prefer the option number 1. Vice Mayor?
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of the same questions that the mayor has, just to reiterate a little bit further. So there hasn't been discussion yet, Bob, with the county about the other portion of Whitcomb Bayou. Is there a plan to discuss with them to join us with a grant or something along those lines?
We did actually speak. We had a meeting with Hank Hottie, the County Sustainability and Resilience Coordinator. We met with them last month.
Okay.
And they don't have any specific plans for that area that we're aware of. Nothing that was stated. They do have some data, and we're going to be using that data in our vulnerability assessment, that option 4 that we're talking about. So the groundwork is being laid for coordination with the county.
Okay. What could we do as commission to help the city? Obviously, we could do one half of Whitcomb Bayou, but the other half flood just as bad too, right? Or will, and it does, by the, what is it, Polius Avenue or Polius Street? So what can we do to help push that along? Is that just discussions with the county commissioners that you think we should have?
I don't know if I should offer my opinion on that, but that probably would be something that would be an effective start.
I mean, from a project manager standpoint, I mean, it would make sense to do all of Whitcomb Bayou, not just half of it. Am I right in that?
True, but you can also phase work like this too. So, you know, if we were to coordinate phasing of project areas with the county, that doesn't necessarily have to be at the same time, but
Okay.
certainly would make sense.
That makes sense. Okay, I understand that. So just the timeline aspect, you brought up that the grant option 1 versus 2, you've got 2 grants versus 1 grant. What's like a realistic timeline? Are you saying like potentially 2 years versus 1 year? And I saw the Cardinal consultant behind you kind of nodding as well. Can you shed a little more light on that?
Sure. I think when you're looking at option 1, we're thinking that I'm going to give you the far goal. All right, this is the construction is done. My estimate, we're thinking probably something in a 5-year time range, and then the 2 grant approach would add probably a year to that, because it takes usually a year to go through a single grant cycle. If you have any detail on that, you can.
Okay, so just projecting like the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So that's when so it would be 2 grant cycles instead of 1 grant cycle. So you do the first one in
Right.
January, and then the next one, so it would take a year.
Yep, a year. Okay, thank you.
So, so potentially delays in construction, delays in not getting grants, or whatever else. We're looking at 5 years. Design, build, get the funds, wrap it up, finish. If there's option 2, we're potentially looking at 6 years, right?
That's what we're thinking right now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Carr, just to let you know, at 7:30, we're going to stop that and go to the public hearings.
Okay. Can I ask clarification from the city attorney on that one? Do we finish the current item that we're on, or we stop the current item that we're on?
You can finish the current item that you're on and just finish that, and then we can move right into the public hearing after that, Mayor.
After that item?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Am I good to go?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just for additional clarification, Bob, the 2 options, option 2, it says planning funds up to $300,000 for the grant, but then when I look at option 1, you're looking at planning funds around, is it 90,000?
Yes.
Saying that?
Yes.
So if we apply, or if the city goes to the 2 grant approach, would there potentially be more plans or different plans or more detailed plans? I don't know. I'm just looking at that to understand a little bit better.
I understand what you're saying. I just put that 300,000 in there because that's the maximum that we could get for that planning grant.
Okay.
So it could be somewhere less than that, but I went ahead and just put the maximum in so we had that starting point.
Got it. And my other question would be, if you or Cardinal know this, or Arcadis, if there is, the first year, let's say we do the planning, we pay for it, the city pays for it, and the city doesn't get the grant, can they apply for it a second year and potentially get it then?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Do you know if that's been done? Or if you fail 1 year and try again the next year?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Do it all
okay.
the time, yeah.
Do it all the time, he says. So
All right.
There we go.
Keep applying for it. Okay. Option 1 sounds good to me. I'm okay with Arcadis. If Bob or Cardinal, you could express a little bit more. Does Cardinal hire other consulting firms? I know the answer, but for other projects around the city that
The answer
Cardinal
is
doesn't
yes.
do themselves? Yeah,
Yes,
they
they
do.
use subs
Yeah.
all the time.
They use subs. So Arcadis is a sub ultimately, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then Arcadis, there's some type of vetting that Cardinal's familiar with, like the expertise and so on. It's not like, they're not like, let's use this as they're not at Home Depot trying to sell cars, right?
Right.
So Arcadis specializes in this type of engineering and design and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. Option 3, we've talked about this in the past. It's been brought up on all, like, pictures continuously, right, with the sea level rise. This is the area that floods. So part of option 1 and part of option 2, would that include this area as well, potentially?
It would, it could
Okay.
and would potentially improve that. It may not necessarily address the intersection itself. It could address the seawall up to the intersection. But we could put that in as part of the project. We have that ability, so if we did we did it separately, then we could be able to integrate them both.
So we have funds set aside for design in the fiscal year 21. 21 for this intersection.
We do.
I don't think anything is, we don't have construction at all set aside for 22 at all. Looking at a 5-year timeline for the whole project, I mean, to me, I think this option 3 is an important part of the flooding that we see in Tarpon Springs. A significant amount of people drive through this area of Tarpon Springs. King tide, super high tides, cold fronts, tropical storms, tropical depressions, heavy rain in the afternoon. We're seeing this area flood. So to me, I think it's an important area to go ahead and address, and then have this be an add-on to option 1 myself. I don't really care from a traffic standpoint. I don't care what that ends up being. I just care that I think we need to raise the area, and have some type of, whatever your expertise is, to fix the flooding in that area, right?
Yes.
So I think option 3 is important to do just because of the timeline of the total project. Waiting for the grant, we don't know if we would get the grant first for the Whitcomb Bayou area. And then secondly, the total timeline of the construction is pretty long, from design to engineering to install. So I do think option 1 and I think option 3 are going to be good aspects to take. Help me understand option 4 a little bit more. Does this involve the state funding that's being put out there this past budget cycle by the state, or is this something different, a different type of grant?
This is through the DEP, Paul, is that right? Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, state
So
funding.
it's,
State grant.
okay. And then I think Dr. Robinson mentioned something in the email about the county today or yesterday. I don't remember when it came through. About the county doing some type of similar plan as well. And I saw the response back, but is this just to really hone in on Tarpon Springs and get all the areas of Tarpon Springs, not just relying on the county study? Is that right?
That's right. This is for Tarpon Springs only, the
Okay.
vulnerability assessment for Tarpon Springs.
So, I mean, from my standpoint, I think it's prudent for option 1 and then do the add-ons of 3 and 4. I think not waiting to address these issues is important. We're seeing sea level rise increase over the past 7 or 8 years significantly. I do think it's important that we go ahead and try to approach the grant as quickly as we can to get the big money. We're looking at, it's a lot of money, but in this scope of things, it's not a lot of money. We're looking at less than $20,000 or just over $20,000 potentially in the differences between the 2 grant approach and the 1 grant approach. And then I do think it's important to address the flooding in the MLK and South Spring intersection sooner than later, and then also the vulnerability assessment and action plan. I would support that as well. So I don't have any further comments. Let me just double check. No, I'm good right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be as quick as we can so we can get to the public hearing. Most of my questions have been answered. Bob, if you could just go into a little bit more. On the summary, it mentions addressing aesthetics, pedestrian access, on top of flooding, that kind of stuff, from our previous conversations. Is this just focusing on flooding, these proposals?
Primarily on flooding issues and resiliency, yes.
Okay. And then could you go into a little bit more as far as the process and how we use it in the past, how we use it now, in terms of an engineer record?
To clarify on how we're going to use the engineer record in this case, is that what you mean?
For option 1, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the engineer record is a contract. We go through a 5-year cycle and hire go through an RFQ process and a competitive process to hire actually 2 engineering firms to provide ongoing engineering services to the city. And through those contracts, we can do a variety of engineering type work, but that can also include sub-consulting agreements as proposed here for other specialty services or services that the engineer of record may not provide in-house or have full expertise on. This is a system that we use all the time and pretty effectively to provide services to the city.
Okay, and at the end of the day, we will competitively bid the project and hire a contractor to complete the work, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm personally comfortable with the process. I'm excited about this item. I think we need to include the county from the start, if possible. I'd like to reach out to them. And then I also think we need to add MLK and South Spring into the approach, again, if possible, bring it up. I think option 1 provides the best value. I think it's, possibly just over $20,000 more than option 2, and I think brings more to the table. So I'm comfortable with option 1, hoping that we can work with the county and also add in South Spring and MLK. Thanks.
Commissioner Ticores?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Mr. Stoker, you're there too. Thank you. I'm comfortable with option 1, but I'd also like to get some clarification. How much money do you know offhand for phase 3 do we still have left? Phase 3.
Phase 3, for option 3?
I'm sorry, not phase 3, option 3, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't touched any of the money that's been allocated for design on that yet.
Is it 140 or so?
Yeah, 140 something, yes.
Okay. That money could actually be used for, to start off the option 1 without any impact, given that it would include that intersection as well as part of the process. I know that the conceptual design was a roundabout. Is that what we're still talking about?
We're talking generally about raising the intersection, whether it's a roundabout or we keep it as a 4-way stop will remain to be seen based on public input. So for now.
Right, you just said the key word.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Public input.
For sure.
So I'm okay with the process if we involve the residents in it. I think that they'll express their interest in what that intersection is, whether it's 4-way stop or a roundabout. Option 4 I know is being done anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the subcontracting. I'm not quite sure how we would bid this out with the city bidding part of this out with Cardinal being involved, but I think we've got 3 commissioners talking about one with relying on Arcadis, and I know Arcadis' background in their expertise, and not only in sea level rise and inundation, but also in working with FEMA as well that would help us later on. Okay, and I had a question for the mayor, but I think that all got fleshed out. I think we're okay. Vice Mayor Carr, you made a motion specifically to specified option 3 as I'm not sure how the wording was, but it almost sounded like we're choosing 1, 3, and 4. Is there some way that we could amend the motion to integrate number 3 into 1? I think that's what the discussion has been, rather than simply stating let's proceed with number 3 and perhaps allow the city manager to look at whether those funds could be as seed money to start out with option 1, given that the option 3 would be incorporated in there, the intersection.
So myself, what I was talking about in my public comment is I feel it's important that the city does something with option 3 sooner than later. A 5-year timeline to wait, I think, is something that we shouldn't do in this situation for the rising that intersection. I do think it's important to have some type of public comment or whatever we need to have.
Yeah, let me just say something. I don't disagree with you. I don't think we can just let that area that floods. I don't want to say the intersection because I don't think the intersection's the issue. Based on what I've seen with the flooding there, it's actually offset to the north a bit down South Spring Boulevard. So, and I suspect that water comes in from that area where the old boat ramp was and comes up from the flush grate that's there as well. And then, and I'm also very mindful of the comment that Mr. Couillard mentioned, which I had the same concern. The bridge construction is, when the bid is next September, is that correct?
That's what the county is saying right now. I
September
expect
of-
it to be longer, but yes.
Right, but they would actually begin construction sometimes, perhaps in the spring of 2023. We're kind of guessing at that one as well, and that'll be about a 2-year period as well.
Reasonable guess. Yes.
I think that, I'd have to have Mr. Robertson and Mr. Stoker take a closer look at this, but I think there could be a very simple project of raising the berm in that area, berming it up, and using the check valves that we've got, that check valve system, to prevent the king tide issue in that area. It's not going to solve, obviously, the sea level rise or any storm water from hurricanes and that sort of thing. But I would like to kind of consider taking a very, very abbreviated approach to that and have Mr. Robertson and Cardinal come back to us with a recommendation rather than including a wholesale intersection, given that by the time you get done with not just the, we don't have the funding for that right now. We've got the 140,000. Do we have the 600? I thought this was part of a grant that we were pursuing with the state that did not get approved. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we don't have the funds for that 600,000 that's being estimated right now anyway. I guess all I'm getting at is that based on what I can see, we can take a much cheaper, shorter-term approach to alleviate much of the problem from the king tides without doing a wholesale reconstruction of the intersection, which I'm not convinced is the issue anyway, and then focus on option one, and which probably may or may not be ready to go before the bridge is completed at the Beckett Bridge is completed anyway. So that's my thinking on it.
Okay, you finished?
Well, yes, and that was in response to Vice Mayor Carr's motion, whether he would
He's asking if you want to
take that
modify your
approach.
motion.
Yeah, to be honest, right now, no, I don't want to modify it. You've got stormwater issues that's going to create flooding in that area. King tides happen. We have heavy rains on a daily basis that could flood potentially too if the check valves are in place and the water can't push out. So I do have concerns at intersections still. I think it's important to do that intersection.
But do we know that it's the intersection?
Let me just touch base on a couple things as well. Another comment you brought up, I think the bridge construction is actually supposed to start in 2020. Now it's starting in 2023. It's been delayed a significant amount of time, so we don't actually know when the bridge construction is going to happen based on the county. So overall, I think planning and putting a plan and the engineering and so on ahead and getting that ready to go, and then when funding is available through potentially some funding available next budget season, or if budget available, some type of funding comes available this budget season, we don't really know, right? So I think planning is going to be a big benefit for the city, and it's going to help the citizens, I think, on the west side of the city for sure. Especially when the bridge is under construction and we have flooding in that area and people can't get out. That was brought up in a public comment, that you potentially could have flooding in the intersection. You've got an emergency evacuation area that's completely flooded, and then you have a bridge that's shut down too. So,
Okay. Vice Mayor, would you please restate your motion?
yeah, it would be option one with the add-on of option 3 and 4.
Well, option 4, it's already in progress.
I mean, it's on our backup, so I don't know. I mean, it's just for validation that's what we want to see as a commission.
I think to make it clearer, the key to 4 is that you can wait on 1, 2, and 3 and wait for the vulnerability study first before you make any decision where to go. I think that's what the option is.
Oh.
That 4 is going on now. Your option is you could wait to see what the results of that is before you decide what you do otherwise.
Oh, okay. Well, then no, 4 doesn't need to be on there then. We don't want to wait for 4 to be done. We know where the issues are. We could see it. It's important to have the study done to see the other areas, but no, it would be option 1 And then I don't want to wait for 4 to be completed to do any of the options, but it'd be option 1 and option 3.
So you say option 1 and parallel to that, work option 3 at the same time?
Right, yeah.
Okay. Clarification.
I'll keep my second on that, and again, if Commissioner Vaticiotis wants to bring the shorter term solution up as a separate item at some point, that's something I'd be happy to discuss, because I think that's important too.
Okay. Any other comments?
I do. I'm not sure I understand the previous comments of how we're going to do option 1 and incorporate option 3 into it, and now we're breaking out option 3 as a separate entity. It's $600,000. We're going to spend $600,000 separate from a grant.
Not necessarily.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, not necessarily. I mean, that's not the case. It's not for us to figure out. I think it's up to the staff to figure out on how they're going to approach that.
But you're breaking out option 3 as something specific, and it's got an estimated price tag on it of $600,000. That's how I read your motion.
Well, one we say that we're going to include option number 3 into 1, that we're going to try to get funding through the grant. At the same time, working on the designing portion of it.
Mayor, let me try to help on this. I think what we're saying with option 3 that we've been talking about for a while, obviously we don't know for sure what it's going to take. Intersection elevation, the items mentioned, but obviously we got to go to and if I'm right in doing this, we got to do the design first. We got to go to the next stage and design it. And it's important what he mentioned, because obviously the controversy in the room is whether it's roundabout or it's regular intersection. We're not taking that into consideration. It could be either. Right now, it's just looking at what is needed there. You'll be the ultimate decision of what it looks like. But we need to move forward with that item to see what it's going to take, and maybe explain a little bit what that process. That's what we move forward to.
Sure.
We talked about the money use and stuff. I still, obviously we got the money budgeted that we could use towards 1 and stuff, because I think this project, option 3, will qualify for the money we're going to be talking about, that I'm signing the thing and that we'll get. I think that will be a project that would qualify. So on the construction portion, and probably on a lot of the things that's going to come out of item 1, we will be able to use that federal money, I believe, for based on the criteria for stormwater. And I think some of the documents we've seen about sea level rise being in consideration with that money in the stormwater. So I think the option with number 3 is to go get that design and find out what it is we have to do there. And of course, in that process, after we get that design, you can decide if it's road elevation, is it just the way it is, or a different configuration? Is it just the berms or that kind of thing? What is needed come the design portion? And the reason you would start on that faster is, again, you've got what we've talked about, the timing of the bridge. This would be a project, if it goes on too long, that it'd either have to be done where traffic could not be impeded because you can't block them both off, or it could get to the point where you have to wait till after the bridge is done. But, you'd also look into a way you could do the project and keep the road open. So all those options are up there. And that's some of the considerations you need to look at if you decide to go forward with option 3. I would say we would move right into doing the design portion of what, we've got the study that we did of the area. So I think that would be the next step if this board chooses to go and get that about what's needed there for the issue of the flooding and the stormwater stuff, get that document. And then, the construction, we can always decide on if we're sure and it meets the standards for the federal money that's come in, then we could decide to use that. Having a lot of that, having at least some or most of that $140,000 for option 1, or even using, after Ron Herring examines it, possibly using some of that federal money for option 1. So all of those things are on the table to move forward and look at when we get your direction tonight.
May I ask,
What was your motion? Okay.
Mayor, may I ask, Vice Mayor Carr to also consider adding, I understand what you're saying, City Manager. Of course, you're asking for some flexibility here, and let's just go on and take a look at this. So I'm okay with that. But I would like to add to the motion, if it's acceptable, to take a shorter term look at that, those flapper valves there at the, at South Spring Boulevard and also on Pineapple Street as well, and perhaps build up with a grassed or sodded berm from the Humpback Bridge back to where it doesn't impact the jurisdictional area, but it's up in that area so that we can kind of hold that back and allow the check valves to hold back any of the king tides, but also let the stormwater out when the tide does go out. Would that be acceptable to you? I'm not asking to amend the motion. I'm asking to add to that shorter term.
I understand what you're saying, yeah. Let me ask the city manager real quick. Does that make sense?
I think, Bob, Mr. Stoker said, why don't you have him come up?
Yeah, I mean,
that could be in, I just want to make sure, I believe that can be included in what we do for the design of that anyway and stuff, if he could.
That's exactly what I was going to say. We could just add that in as part of the design phase for the intersection, as an alternative.
But a
for
little
short
shorter term.
I
I mean,
understand.
I don't want to wait
Yeah.
until we start. I'm still unclear as to how we're pursuing a grant, and we're going to break out option 3 as separate. But I trust you, City Manager LaCourse, that you've got a handle on this. I don't understand it, but what I would like to do is make sure that we take, no matter what we do with option 1 and option 3 and combining them, that we take a short-term look at this berming and check valves on those 2 flush grates there on Pineapple Street and South Spring Boulevard. And if Mr. Robertson comes back and says, no, it doesn't make any sense, then that's good. But if it does make and alleviates 80% of the problem, I'd like to do that like now, rather than waiting a year or 2 before we get the results back on this option 1, if that's the time frame that we're talking about.
And that's the point of option 3 to begin with, I think, so.
And Bob and Mr. Stoker, do you agree? If we go to that next step of design and stuff, we can look at that shorter term and the full one, all in that one approach on the design.
I'd actually offer you a better alternative. Because Cardinal is our engineer of record, I can have them do a technical memo and do an evaluation on whether that short term is a feasible option right now. And that doesn't have to be part of option 3. I can do that.
That's good with the board.
We can authorize that tomorrow morning and we can get started on that.
Okay.
And then, so your decision can be independent of that recommendation,
And then-
if I'm directed to do so.
Is Roosevelt included with that?
No, not in this one.
That's what, another
Not yet,
area.
Roosevelt, that's coming.
Okay, that's what
That
we
is,
discussed too.
that's coming.
It's coming
I'm
later.
sorry, I didn't catch that last part. What was
I
that?
said, was Roosevelt included with that
Roosevelt is
too?
gonna be, you'll be seeing Roosevelt real soon also and stuff.
Vice Mayor, you
So-
finished?
Yes, I think.
Okay.
No, just, Mayor, just to clarify, so option 1 is going to take into account option 3, the way we're describing and discussing, and you're going to come back with some kind of a game plan of how that's going to work, is that correct? Essentially, we're eliminating option 2, so now you've got guidance on 1, including option 3, and option 4 is going to continue as it's doing right now. I think that's what the
Yeah, it's option 1 and option 3, and then option 4 is continuing where it is. Option 2 is off the table.
And 1 and 3 will take into account public input.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
Definitely.
All right.
Now, I'd like to repeat what I said earlier, is I would feel more comfortable if we offer an RFQ, to be fair to the other companies, to hire the arcaders instead of just do it like this, and sounds like it's unfair to the other companies that might be available to provide services for the city of Tarpon Springs. If we don't do this, I will vote no, because I think it's unfair.
Mayor, if I could have a quick comment on that. Based on Cardno, this is something that they do regularly. So we went through the RFQ process for Cardno and other engineer and record, I believe Mr. Robinson explained. And Cardno regularly goes out and hires a third-party expert engineering firm of some sort or design to go through their contract. So it's not uncommon to see something like this on our end. So from my end, I don't see a problem with it.
But looking option 1 and 2, it looks like we're demanding that this company is going to be hired without a process. I don't see that to be fair.
I guess I could call the question.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, the way it stands.
Okay. Then,
I don't have a problem
have
with
any
it
other
either.
comments? No? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes?
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
No. Okay, we are now going to item number 14, which is the public hearing. This is the resolution 2021-44, the application 2126, site plan approval for Flagship Bank, southeast corner of South Pinellas Avenue and Mears Boulevard. This is quasi-judicial. City Attorney, if you please read the title and explain the process.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Resolution 2021-44, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 21-26, requesting site plan approval for Flagship Bank to construct a financial institution of 3,327 square feet of gross floor area on 0.69 acres, more or less, located on the southeast corner of South Pinellas Avenue and Mears Boulevard in the residential office RO zoning district, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. I'll read the quasi-judicial procedures. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. I need to go ahead and swear in all witnesses. Anyone that's going to speak on this agenda item, if you could stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn under oath. You swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. Now I'd ask the commission whether or not they want to disclose any conflicts of interest or any ex parte communications.
I spoke to staff.
That don't count.
And that's okay, that's not an ex parte communication. Anybody else? If not, we can go ahead and have Renee make a staff presentation.
Mark or Mike, not sure what's happening with the projector.
Is it turned on? Renee?
I don't. Think it was on. Hold on, we'll see if this works.
I need a raisin.
Is that working yet?
All right, it'll slowly,
There you go.
hopefully, get brighter.
There you go.
All right, great. Thank you, Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director. This is application 21-26. This is a site plan review application. This project is located at the southeast corner of Mears Boulevard and South Pinellas Avenue. This is a out parcel near the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, right here. Oops, wrong way. The application that's being requested for approval is for a financial institution. This is, will be for Flagship Bank. It's approximately 3,300 square foot bank with drive-throughs. It does share drainage and site access with the Winn-Dixie Plaza. This is in the neighborhood business zoning district, and the land use is commercial limited on the property. This is a permitted use by right in the zoning district. This is just a little bit of information. So you see there are accesses from the internal drive. This is Mears Boulevard here, South Pinellas Avenue. So this is the access that comes in to go into to the Winn-Dixie from Mears. So they have a site access here. They also have a site access to the through the Winn-Dixie parking lot here. This is an existing apron that when DOT did reconstruction several years ago, since this was a parcel at that point in time, and they want to provide access to every parcel. So this is an existing access that's there, so the plan does take advantage of that. This was the major point of discussion with the Planning and Zoning Board, and we do have a condition in the resolution that speaks to this, so I'll get into that a little bit later. Regarding floor area ratios, impervious surface, stacking spaces and parking, everything here is compliant. The applicant is providing, this is an ADA accessible route from the public sidewalk into the bank. Just a kind of an overlay from a site plan overlaid with the aerial photograph. Again, you can see the site accesses that are existing. This is the proposed new access using the existing driveway apron that is there. With regard to our code requirements for this access, our code requires a minimum 75-foot separation, what would be from the extended right-of-way line to this entrance, and it is compliant with that. This is the landscaping plan. They are being able to preserve 2 oak trees on the site, as well as a palm tree, and they are planting, I believe, 15, let's see, so like 15 shade trees and 13 understory trees, as well as an assortment of ground covers. There are some other palms on the site that will be taken out, but their planting plan far exceeds what's being taken out. And as I said, it's like a 9-inch oak and a 14-inch oak that's in these buffer areas that they're being able to maintain, so that's appreciated. Again, kind of the landscape overview. This is an architectural rendering of the site and what it's going to look like. The preliminary staff recommendation is approval subject to the following requirements. The requirement of signage and pavement marking restricting the South Pinellas Avenue driveway to a right-in, right-out configuration. So if you were coming out of that site and turning right onto Pinellas Avenue, it would be into that's a turn lane there anyway. So this staff's recommendation is limiting that to right in, right out, so that if you're coming southbound on Pinellas, you can't take a left in, and if you're leaving the site, you can't not go southbound, you have to go take a right out. This was a discussion point with the Planning and Zoning Board, and I'll get into that in a moment. Requirement of a sidewalk connection to the existing South Pinellas Avenue sidewalk. This is just a minor connection in addition to the one that's being provided to Mears Boulevard. Provisions of lighting detail showing compliance with the new city standards. That's just a land development code requirement now. Meeting the minimum criteria of the land development code in all of the jurisdictions. Construction plans must be consistent with the approved site plan, as well as payment of all requisite fees. And the expiration of the site plan shall be in 1 year unless a building permit application has been received by the city. At the Planning and Zoning Board on August 16th, regarding the discussion point of the, and I'm going to go to the next slide, for the intersection, the access that's proposed here. After discussion, the board recommended amending that first condition to limit this as an exit only. So, I'm sorry, a right-in only, excuse me. A right-in only, so you would not be able to exit the site here. You would have to go through one of these other exits into through the Winn-Dixie parking lot or through the access up to Mears Boulevard. The applicant expressed at the meeting that he preferred to leave it as a right-in, right-out, as it was recommended by staff. So that's a discussion point for your consideration. As the condition is written now, it's recommended limiting it to right-in, right-out, as recommended by staff. So if we need to amend that per the board's direction, we will do that. The Planning and Zoning Board did recommend approval. There was no public comment on this at that meeting. I would enter into the evidence, my staff report, and the presentation this evening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Any questions? Mayor, you have a question?
Yeah, Ms. Vincent, just for clarification, we have 2 access points going to Winn-Dixie and 1 going to the apartment, so that's 3. This is
Correct.
going to be the fourth one. Why
This-
is it necessary to have the fourth one being so close to the intersection? Isn't it creating any safety concerns?
Limiting it to a right-in, right-out situation, I think would alleviate most of the conflict that you would experience. But you're correct. If you go further south, you have the main entrance that goes into Acaria that comes you can go all the way through. That one's not shown here. Then you have, the entrance next to Winn-Dixie that you can also come in. You have this entrance that you can come in. Now, from a southbound perspective, you can't really make this turn. It's not blocked, but it's really not, you're not meant to make a left turn movement in here if you're going southbound here. So from a southbound perspective, you would be, you would probably would come through the Mears Boulevard or go all the way down and make and come all the way back up. So, from a safety perspective, what I guess I can say is that it does meet our land development code requirement for distance separation, and FDOT did initially install this driveway access. So it is their roadway. So, from a safety perspective.
What's the distance requirement?
75 feet.
75 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just a little bit more than that.
Yeah, because I feel like it would be safer for the customers to use the light to get into the
Yeah.
parking lot instead of use that interest. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions from the commission? Yes,
Who's
Mr.
over first?
You're on first. Any hands down there?
Just again, clarification, thank you, by the way. What do you mean by limit right in, right out? What's it set up for now? You can take a left out of there if you want to?
What we were specifying, I think the applicant intends it to be right in, right out. We were specifying that we want clear signage that if you're leaving the bank and you're to go out onto South Pinellas, you can only go right. I mean, functionally,
You can't make
you
a
can't
left.
really go, yeah, exactly.
So limiting it means you just want to
We
make
wa-
sure that's only
exactly.
right in, right out. Okay.
Exactly.
And if we, and I'm not sure what did you look at the FDOT permit to see what it's for? Is it a full access, right in, right out, left out?
I'm gonna have to defer to Mr. Boucher. He's here. I don't know.
That'll be the applicant's presentation, is that
Correct. Mr.
Okay.
Boucher is here to
All right.
represent them.
Also, there's a couple of trees in the back, east, north corner. I can ask about the
Oops.
trees right now too, right?
Yes, sir.
Oops.
Yeah, leave that one on.
Sure.
Those two in the corner over there.
Up here?
Yeah, I was trying to, there's some confusion on the site plan. I can ask the applicant as
Okay.
well. But there's a couple, I think it was an 11-inch and a 16-inch back there.
Okay.
It looked like they were oaks but there's a couple of what I consider to be errors when you look at the actual site plan, when you get to the tree survey.
Okay.
I couldn't tell what they were, but I'd like to actually consider moving those with a tree spade as well.
Okay.
Rather than, they are called for cutting down.
Okay.
On the site plan. I'd like to save those, if those are oaks or some other shade tree, and relocate those somewhere else, very similar to City Manager LaCourse, Dan's car wash, that approach as well. And I'll let the staff figure out as far as the cost, whether we're gonna hire a tree spade or whether the contractor does it and locates it somewhere where we point to it. Where it would go, so.
We'll ask the city arborist to take a look at those. The thing I noticed today when I was out there is I think both of them had codominant stems, so I don't know if they're good candidates for relocation or
Well,
not, so,
the-
but we'll.
Yeah, condition on what the arborist says.
Sure,
If they're worth
okay.
saving, fine.
Okay.
If she says they're diseased or something
Absolutely.
like that, then that's a different issue. So
Sure.
I just don't know right now from what I can see.
Sure.
All I know is that they're nice, they look nice. They're
Agreed.
marked for taking out. I'd like to save them if we can. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Commissioner, actually, Vice Mayor, I see your hand, and then Commissioner Donovan after that.
Yeah, Renee, quick question. Was the ADA sidewalk initially proposed, or is that something that was added? To connect to the parking lot from the
In the
sidewalk?
sequencing, that was added to the, I believe in one of the submissions later on. So what you have, if I can go back to the, so this is what was added to meet ADA.
compliance or?
To meet ADA compliance, what we're saying is, you know, because you have, if you're familiar with this crosswalk comes across, and then there's the signal and everything is right here for the push button for the crosswalk. So we just want to see this connection made. If this is ADA accessible, we don't believe this would need to be ADA accessible in addition. So it could be, if it requires a step down. They had some issues with just elevation changes that they were dealing with. So this was the ADA accessible route that was provided.
Okay, I guess that was the clarification I was looking for. Is it seems like, I mean, 3 feet makes more sense than 55 feet or whatever.
Yeah,
it is, so.
it's an elevation change from the sidewalk to the bank itself. So.
Okay, got it. To understand what the Planning and Zoning Board recommended was that it would only be a right-in only on Pinellas Avenue, not a right-out also?
Correct.
Did I understand that correctly?
Correct. So
Okay.
you could scoot in that way, but you couldn't exit that way.
Okay, and the applicant desires to keep them both then?
He desires to keep it as right in, right out, you know, and he can confirm that when he.
Let me ask you, where is it measured? When you say 75 feet, do you know where it's measured from an intersection? Is it measured from like the stop bar, or is it measured like from the corner, or?
The code says that it's measured from basically the extended right-of-way line. So if you extend the property lines out, so the signal's actually up here, but so you would make the measurement from basically the northwest corner of the property down to the first edge of the signal. I mean, sorry, excuse me, of the entrance. So that from right here to the entrance needs to be at least 75 feet.
Okay, but then the stop bar could be much closer potentially, or which, in this case, it definitely would be.
The stop bar for the northbound traffic?
Yes, northbound traffic, yeah.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. I'm not exactly sure where they have the stop bar right now is.
Almost at the
It's actually
intersection,
because the crosswalk is so far south there, the stop bar is actually in front of the sidewalk. So we're measuring from here, which is what the code requires, but the stop bar is here.
Okay. No, okay, I'll save my comments.
Okay.
So, thank you, Renee.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Renee. Just looking at the tree schedule, it's sometimes hard to get a better picture of it when you're just looking at the aerial view. Do you feel confident that any of the trees being planted in there, as far as the site goes, aren't going to be any sight lines when people are entering and exiting?
Actually, our arborist specifically reviewed for that, and they did change out some of the species that were being proposed with something that's will provide a smaller, clear trunk and visibility throughout the site. So that change was made.
Okay, awesome. And then if it remains a right-in only, what discourages people from taking the right out of there, I guess? Is that just going to be like a do not enter? Are they going to have like the plastic poles?
I think you would actually, to make that really functional, you would probably have to reconstruct that driveway apron and narrow it down somehow. I'm not exactly sure how you would, because it's already there and it's, you know, as a two-way, you know, traffic situation. So, I think you would probably have to, probably reconstruct it. I mean, I suppose you could put bollards up or something to functionally block it, but I don't know how effective that would be in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Renee, before you move on, I just want, for clarification's sake, the resolution title itself says this is in the residential office zoning district, and the presentation shows it's in the neighborhood business zoning district. I want to make sure that the commission is voting on the right thing. So, is it the neighborhood business zoning district?
It is neighborhood business. That is a typo in the
resolution itself?
It is.
So when the motion is made, if it is made to approve this, then we would just need the motion to reflect that in the title and in the body of the resolution.
We will
then.
do that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So now is the opportunity for the applicant to ask questions of staff, if the applicant wants to do that. Any questions of staff, sir?
We have no questions.
Okay, if you could step to the podium, sir.
Pardon me?
Step to the podium. If there's no questions, you want to make a presentation, if you could tell us what your name and address is?
My name is Gary Boucher. I was zoning engineering, 1095 Indiana Avenue, Palm Harbor. I just wanted to mention that we do confer with all of the staff conditions that were placed. We do prefer a right in, right out. It's currently configured that way. There's double yellow striping on that road. There's no left turns southbound from alternate 19 into the site. So we would like to have the customers of the bank have the opportunity to come out and turn into the right turn lane. It presents a better configuration, and it doesn't present any traffic issues.
Anything else, sir?
No, other than the trees along the road, we conferred with the city arborist, made sure they had sufficient clear trunk, and were the proper species.
Okay,
Any other questions?
hang in there, sir. Sir, is there any questions from the commission?
Yes, I have one.
Mayor? Yes, sir.
Sir, can you stay by the podium, sir? Thank you. I'm looking at the picture of the building that you plan to build. It's a beautiful building. Congratulations. What can you do to beautify the corner, the Mears and South Pinellas Avenue, which is the interest to the city?
Landscaping and the building itself. It's sort of Greco-Roman, classical style building with columns. It's a very attractive building. There isn't much else we can add to the site.
I was thinking more like the corner by the intersection. Is there anything that you can do to beautify the area there?
Not that I can think of.
Maybe if you get with the staff, maybe you'll come up with something?
Pardon me?
I said, if you get with the staff, maybe you can come up with some kind of idea to beautify the area?
Sure, we'd be open to anything.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Boucher, thank you. I've got a comment with the mayor too. That is a very impressive design. I think it's going to add to the beautification of the area significantly, and it goes along, I think, with our community and city as a whole. So thank you for providing that type of design.
Thank you.
And this building. It's above and beyond just what you could do. So thank you for that aspect. A couple questions I have, and I provided this to staff. I'm not sure, did you get a copy of a shrub alternatives or anything along those lines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So there's a couple recommendations that I made based on what the design is on the landscape side. And Mayor, I guess to cover one of your questions too, there's a couple large oak trees on the intersection corner of Mears and Pinellas Avenue. As well with a couple of understory trees as well. I don't know if you want to talk from a beautification standpoint. Does that fall in what you're talking about, or are you talking about more?
Well, you know, being that this is the interest of the city, I was looking for something more impressive to be there, not just a couple of trees on the corner there.
Like a statue or something? Is that what you're looking
Well,
at?
either that or some kind of a design there that will be very impressive.
Okay. So the backup ultimately, or the suggestions were replacing some of the sweet viburnum, which tend to leg out, and then they don't last long term as a 3-foot hedge. Was there any issues with looking at an alternative to podocarpus with that?
No, not with the hedge material, not at all.
Okay. And then the Indian hawthorn, which is on the back side by the Dunkin' Donut side, another situation, it's pretty when you plant it, but the longevity doesn't last. A Kunti palm is a native plant, same growth pattern, dark green, less disease. Was there any issues with that one at all?
Issues.
Okay. And then a couple other items I asked, and the question was, you have a couple laurel oaks proposed. Do you know a reason why laurel oak versus live oak? I know live oaks typically when they grow, the roots go straight down. Laurel oaks typically go out this way and have issues with like pavement and concrete. Would there be any issues with doing live oaks instead of laurel oaks?
The only difference I know is that the live oaks tend to spread or Laurel Oak will grow pretty straight, pretty uniform.
Straight up instead of this way, right?
A little bit faster, yeah, a little bit more control, I might say.
Okay, so that was probably the intentions of putting those ones there then. And then my other question was pertaining to the crepe myrtles. I know that was a discussion with staff, but there's a couple other options that you could look at with a weeping yaupon, a yaupon, or even a windmill palm. Again, those are all standard trees that you could purchase with the height and the same type of trunk diameter. Would there be any issue with that at all?
I'm very familiar with the weeping yaupon. I have one at my office. The only issue with that would be if they were planted along the roadway alternate 19, because there we're required to have a 10-foot clear trunk, and the weeping hollies, they grow irregularly and they grow laterally, and that probably wouldn't fit the bill there.
Okay. So outside of Pinellas Avenue, would you be open to replacing the crepe myrtles with one of the other three options?
Yes.
Okay. And then, can I ask you this from a design standpoint, from your end, from the right out? This is a heavily pedestrian trafficked area. I do have some concerns on the right out because of the crosswalk is pretty close to the exit there. Is that something that is evaluated when you're looking at the entrance and exit? Do you understand what I'm saying? So do you evaluate the crosswalk being, I don't know, 15 feet from the entrance and exit of the building or the parking lot when you're designing it, or is it just...
there is a stop bar before you hit the sidewalk, right before you hit the sidewalk. So, and it's has clear vision triangles, so anybody that happened to be crossing the street would be plainly visible to anyone that was exiting the bank.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have questions? No? Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes, I do, sir.
Sir, if you could stay there.
Sorry about that. The right in, right out at the that entrance that we're talking about, what's the FDOT permit? Is that just a full access based on some old permit that was done? Right in, right out, left out?
It was done quite a bit of time ago. At the time, the bank was phase one of Mears Crossing Shopping Center, which is now Winn-Dixie. The fact that there's the striping in alternate 19 is double yellow. There are no left turns southbound. It makes it automatically a right in, right out, the way it's configured.
So
in order to make it a right in only, you'd have to configure the driveway itself. Sort of a half pork chop, kind of a raised median, or striping with plastic bollards or something like that.
My point is, would that require an FDOT permit to do that?
If we altered it, yes.
In other words, an amendment to the existing driveway permit?
Well, it would be a totally new permit.
Complete new submission for that?
Yes.
Is there anything that that you see under FDOT standards that, I guess the issues leave well said enough as it is. In other words, we've got this right in, right out right now. I don't know whether the standards at FDOT have changed to allow you an access and under the current regulations. Have they changed at all? Could you limit it to a right in only?
Well,
I'm not asking you. In other words, do you see any obstacle that FDOT would say that no, if you want to have a new submission, you can't have an intersection there at all? Not an intersection, but an entrance.
We haven't had that discussion with FDOT.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I think he said he hasn't
I
had
can't
that
speak for
discussion.
FDOT.
Yeah.
I really don't know. As far as my personal knowledge, nothing has changed on those type of requirements for quite a few
Okay,
years.
but you would have to do a new submission, an application to change that to a right-in only because of having to reconfigure the entrance.
Within the right-of-way, yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this application? If so, please step forward, state your name, and I need to go ahead and get you sworn in if you hadn't been sworn in.
I was sworn in at the entrance.
Were you?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you.
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. A bank on that corner has been talked about since Frank DiDonato and Poshevich came. And it's been a lot of knowledge, common knowledge within the community that a bank would be good there. So I hope that this board supports this development. The only thing, and I'm going to say this tonight, once it passes planning and zoning, even with the foliage and the trees, it's wrong for a commissioner to come up and ask them to change. It's like blackmail for a vote. And I have discussed this before. Once it's developed and once it goes in front of planning and zoning, that's it. And I'm very impressed with the commissioner's knowledge of nursery work and trees, but I think it's wrong to have to do this when someone comes up here and their plan has been approved. It doesn't look good for the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak tonight? Yes, sir. Were you sworn in earlier? No, I was not. All right, if you could raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, if you could state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Craig Lunt. I'm at 743 Chesapeake. I'm looking actually at an aerial of what we're looking at up there, actually. There's a couple of things you need to note. The driveway in question that they're looking for a right-in, right-out on is so close to the corner right now that the actual right turn arrow on the right turn lane to turn into Mares is actually pointing towards the end of that driveway. Another thing with the right out would be that there's an actual bike lane that you can barely see on that map, you can clearly see on the aerial, that would require any car turning right out of the parking lot to make a very extreme right turn. It's a very shallow lane. It's not your normal width. If you take a look at the way Pinellas Avenue runs there, the center lane, which is the through lane, is wider than both the left exit lane and the right exit lane onto Mares. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It doesn't, to me, from any sort of engineering capacity, look like a right out would be the right thing to do. The distance, there's a car in this particular shot here. The distance is a little bit more than a car, and I'm not sure what the actual requirement is for arrows from the actual crosswalk, but it looks to be some 25 feet. So they're going to have less than 25 feet to pull out into a narrow lane before they hit the crosswalk stop. It's just very, very tight. As far as the sight lines, I don't know what kind of trees you're talking about up there. The sight lines these days it gets pretty busy on that corner, are pretty good because there aren't any trees. As soon as we start putting a lot of bush on there, it's gonna actually bring it down. And that corner's, I hit that corner 10 times a week, maybe more, and it gets very, very busy at times. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir. I know you were sworn in. If you could state your name and address, please.
Peter Deluxe, 514 Ashland Avenue. Disagree with Ms. Protus. You do have the right to make adjustments if you believe it's in the safety and the best interest of the city and the residents. As Ms. Vincent pointed out, there's entrances at Icaria, the original Winn-Dixie entrance, the entrance to the plaza just south of this plot. There's entrance on Mears, and the project itself has an entrance into the project from just on that southwest corner and on the southeast backside. The intersection that you're talking about, right in, right out only, is a farce. One, it's too close. People come down there to go to the trail. But more importantly, as it was kind of expressed earlier by Ms. Vincent and the applicant, there isn't really much availability to go southbound. So you either have to come out on the on that access road to get to Mears and then come around to the light, or you go all the way down to the Icaria entrance. So what's going to happen? People are going to want to come out that right out only, and they're going to cut across to get into that left turn lane to make the U-turn. There we go. We got the T-bones again, and I'm sure, I don't know why maybe it came up at the TRC meeting of the police department speaking about this, but that's what's going to happen. People are not going to want to go out and have to get to Mears, and if any of y'all have tried to go westbound on Mears at alternate 19, unless you change that light sequencing, people are going to find out how inconvenient it is. There's no left turn at that westbound Mears. There's a left turn coming eastbound, but they're going westbound. There's no left turn, and if you look at the sequencing at that light, the way it works is, I know it, you can be going westbound, you're at that intersection of Mears and Pinellas, the other side gets the left and the straight, and after a while you get a straight only. There is no left turn. So anybody wanting to turn southbound onto Pinellas, they're last in line. So what's going to happen? People are going to go out right only and cut across to get to that left turn lane to make that U-turn. There's no need to have that intersection there. There's plenty of access points to entrance and exit this parcel without having to create additional safety hazards and conflict points. I don't care if there was already a driveway cut done before, it doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be used. So you need to look at the whole intersection and what goes on at that intersection. And lastly, I know it's by right they have a bank, and as Ms. Brodus has mentioned, yes, that was one of the options that's been talked about for years, but other options were restaurants and other types of facilities. Do we need another bank? Banking and physical structures, if you listen to JP Morgan and Chase and a lot of the large commercial banks, they're phasing out their branches. They're doing more mobile, more internet banking. So by the time this building is constructed, it's going to be halfway feasible.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak tonight on this application? Seeing none. All right, do you want to speak, ma'am? All right, were you sworn in earlier? Okay, if you could raise your right hand and be sworn under oath, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, if you could state your name and address.
Eli Garnica Uskatagi, 1482 Hillview Lane. In addition to the concerns that other people have mentioned, I particularly have concerns with putting a drive-through on an already congested intersection. We know that Diston is being looked at to be expanded, and we know that Mears is a new cut-through. So there's already going to be more traffic coming through this intersection. Adding a drive-through is going to congest things even more. We also know that because the Pinellas Trail is right there, and people walk in this area, only having one ADA accessible route isn't acceptable. We have a lot of people in this area who use mobility scooters, who are on wheelchairs, who use wheels to get around for all different kinds of reasons. The kinds of turns that drivers would need to make there would put the cyclists in danger. And people, you know how people in the city drive. You can't trust people to do what is legal or to do the right thing. You have to put physical barriers, basically, so that they are incapable of making the kinds of turns that would seriously harm and injure people. I just really think that the pedestrian access needs to be a bigger priority. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other public comment, Renee, would you like to make a closing statement or closing summary?
The only thing I would request is that we do be allowed to run those recommended landscaping changes through our city arborist to make sure that because she has not had a chance to see those requested changes. So I would prefer that we do that before we commit to those changes. So
Those trees in the back as well.
I was specifically speaking with Commissioner Cars, but yes, we'll confer with them on the spading those other trees. Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, sir, do you have any other statements that you wanted to make to the commission? Mr. Boucher? No. Okay. All right, it's back to the commission then. I would make note on the resolution itself, if there is a motion to approve it, we need to make that change the zoning district, which is in the title and in the first whereas clause. And as for the write-in, write-out configuration, if there is going to be something other than a write-in, write-out, in section 3, paragraph 1, we also need to make that change. So just some thoughts when you're considering your motions.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application with updating the zoning district as discussed by the city attorney, and also the whereas clause as discussed by the city attorney. And then also to update the write-in, write-out to be only a write-in on the application, as well to update the section 3, paragraph 1 to reflect that. To have the city arborist review the trees that are going to be removed to see if there's an option from a health, or to make sure the trees are healthy enough to move via tree spade by the city or the applicant. And then also per the applicant's discussion, as alternatives to Indian hawthorn to replace with Kunti palms, per the city arborist review, podocarpus to replace the sweet viburnum per the city arborist review, the crepe myrtles outside of Pinellas Avenue to be replaced with a Yopon holly, weeping holly, or a windmill palms per city arborist review.
Second.
Okay. Vice Mayor, would you include into your motion to for the applicant to work with your staff to see what can if they can beautify the corner, which is the interest of the city?
Yeah, I would happily do that, and it seemed the applicant was interested in doing that too. Maybe the city attorney could elaborate a little bit more. Do we need to define that further so the applicant and city staff has a better understanding of what we're talking about, or just is it?
I don't think that you've heard any testimony or evidence today relative to that corner other than a request. So I think that if anything, it would just be direct to city staff to work with the applicant to beautify that corner. But I don't think it needs to be added into the resolution or the motion.
Okay.
I'm happy to have some type of...
I have another thing. Commissioner Vitiquioras had stated that he would like to see the trees, some of the trees to be relocated. Who will pay for this expense? If we include that into the motion, is that the applicant or the city?
City Commissioner Vaticotis, what was your thought on that?
You mean as far as the expense?
To
Well,
relocate the trees that you
there's
recommend?
there's a permit, I'm sorry, there's a fee that the contractor pays for cutting the tree down. And as we did with Dan's Car Wash, we would use those monies, which would have normally gone into the tree fund, to relocate that tree elsewhere, which would probably be a lot cheaper relocating it than would be to buy a tree of that size. That was similar to what we did with Dan's.
Are you saying that to pay for the, so the city is going to pay based on the money that it's going to collect on the tree removal? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
the
saying?
fee that the contractor pays to remove the tree will pay for relocating the tree
So the city's gonna handle it.
to a city property,
So if it goes to a city property, the city would pay for it.
yes.
Okay. If you'd like to include that into the.
Yeah, for clarification in the motion that the city would pay if the trees are viable to be moved to a city property, the city would pay for the trees to be moved.
I think that covers it all.
Did you want to discuss the beautification part in the corner at all anymore?
Well, I really don't, I'm not a, landscape engineer, but I think something needs to be done on the corner there, being that this is the interest of the city. Yeah.
Yeah, so it seemed like the applicant was interested and to work with city staff on something, so are we just going to direct city staff then at that point to work with the applicant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Any other comments? Do we have a second?
Yeah, Commissioner Vaticiotis had a second.
Second all these?
I second everything. Yeah, I would amend my
all the-
second
in
to
all the
reflect your changes as well, Mayor.
Okay.
I just have a quick comment about the ride out. I do have some concerns from like a safety standpoint with the pedestrians in that area, and that was the reason why I made that motion. It's really close to the crosswalk, and I mean, walking that area, biking the area, and being in the area, there's a lot happening, and I really appreciate the public comment on that too. So I do think it's important that we do have that ride out eliminated in this situation. Again, it's a quality project. It's a great asset for the area, and I'm excited about it, but I think the ride out is just too much happening in that little area from a safety standpoint.
Any other comments?
I do. Commissioner Donovan first.
Yeah, I just want to echo the Vice Mayor. I support the project with the write-in, and I want to thank the applicant for being here. I think it's a great project. Thanks.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Right, I agree with the, everything this evening, and I'm looking forward. It's going to be a beautiful building. It's not elevated, so I assume somehow it's either going to be flood-proofed or out of the floodplain, so I'm happy to see that. The write-in, write-out being restricted now to a write-in, that was one of the questions, whether it was an obstacle that if he reapplied again, there would be no option. You can't have anything. You have to live with what you've got. So I don't see that as being an issue. I also wanted to mention that this is one of the intersections that we've included in our distant corridor study, the Complete Streets program, which will actually be looking at this for improving that intersection anyway, not just from a traffic moderation and also, but from a pedestrian friendly, so I think this is a step in that direction as well. Thank you.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you.
And I'm sorry, can I just ask for one quick clarification? So did the motion include staff working with the?
Yes.
Or not? Okay, all right, thank you.
We are now going to take a short break. We'll be back in approximately 5 minutes. So we can start. We now reconvene the BOC meeting at 8:50 p.m. The next item on the agenda is Resolution 2021-49, Salary and Classification Plan Amendment and Pay Increases for fiscal year 2022. City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Mayor, Commissioners, Resolution 2021-49, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, authorizing changes in the organization of the Building Department, Cultural and Civic Services, Information Technology, Police, Public Services, Public Works, Utility Building Division of the Finance Departments, including the addition of positions, combining of positions, reclassification, and regrading of positions, and providing for an effective date hereof. That was the reading of Resolution 2021-49 by title only.
Thank you. Public comments? Staff report.
Yes, we've already had a dry run since we did this at the Budget Advisory hearing last Thursday, so Jay Niffen will do like at that meeting, and if you'd start off with this item.
Honorable Mayor, Board of Commissioners, Jane Niffen, HR Director. I don't really want to reinvent the wheel, but I would like to do a very short summary or of the changes proposed in the City Manager's memos. The most important one being the change in salary ranges 3 through 28 and the B grades 1, 3, and 4. It's proposed that the minimums and maximums be raised by 5%. And this is being done to be able to hire incoming people at a higher wage rate. It also prevents the topping out of long-term employees for at least this year. The general salary adjustment is a sliding scale again this year. It starts, the matrix starts at 1348.32 to 1589.66. Those employees will get 5%. The next range is 15.8967 to 17.7500. The people in that group get 4%. And then 17.7501 and above is a 3%. There are some caveats provided in the memo. Employees must have a satisfactory evaluation. Their wage rate cannot exceed the maximum for the position grade. These changes do not apply to grades 100 through 160 or employees who started employment April 1st and thereafter. These increases would also apply to the charter positions or charter officials B1, B3, and B4, the city manager, the city attorney, and the internal auditor. Next, we have all positions in grade 6 would be moved to grade 7 without the customary regrade. What this is done to maintain the integrity of the current salary schedule. It will also create a new minimum city hiring rate of 13.5872. And as this happens, October 1, we only have 2 people that right now would be at that level. The next one are the 5 new positions. I believe these were previously discussed in the budget workshop, but number 1 is the construction field inspector in the building development department, pardon me. There's a public services assistant director. There's a sustainability coordinator, another Tech 2 in parks and parkways, and finally, a cybersecurity engineer. We move on to regrades. We do have regrades within the utility building division of the finance department. We have a utility bill Tech 2 from a 10 to an 11 with a 5% increase. Utility billing Tech 2 / division coordinator from a 12 to a 14, again with the incumbent receiving a 5% increase. They would also retitle and amend the job description for the meter reader / utility bill tech, just to a straight utility bill tech, to reflect the current job description, or the current duties, sorry. Then we have a reclassification of the police computer coordinator to IT enterprise administrator, and that would be from a wage grade 20 to a wage grade 22 with a 10% increase. Then we have a regrade of the GIS mapping tech from wage grade 14 to 17, with the incumbent receiving a 15% increase. Then we have one-time pay adjustments for people in the Water Division of Public Services. It involves 5 positions. The increases would range from 10% to 15%, and this is as a result of the salary survey and current market conditions in the area. Next, we have reclassification of 2 positions in Public Works, one being a Tech 1 Parks, going to a Tech 2 Parks, a 7 to an 8 with a 5% increase. The next is a Tech 1 in Streets, and it would go from 7 to 8, again with a 5% increase. We have 2 current vacant positions, part-time in custodial area. The proposal would combine those into 1 full-time position to be utilized. It's in Public Works, but it can be utilized in various areas in the city. And lastly, there's a proposal to increase the city contribution to the General Employees Retirement Fund by 0.3%. And that concludes the summary of the proposals in this memo.
That's it?
That's it.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. I want to congratulate you on a well-done analysis. It's well-deserved by our city employees. They deserve everything they can get. Living is getting very expensive. Inflation is unbelievable. They have children to feed. They have taxes for our city to pay, water bills, and where they live, they have to take care of themselves. But I'm sorry to hear, again this year, we are not going to get a grant writer or a grant researcher here in the city. I was hoping in the budget we would have one. So here again, we're missing out. Look at what Clearwater's getting. Look at what St. Pete is getting. Look what Dunedin is getting. Safety Harbor from grants. And we're missing out. You don't have to, it doesn't work to hire someone outside and call them up when you want one. You need someone here, like when Kathy Monahan, Dr. Monahan was here, researching grants, bringing money into your community. Again, we are missing out on an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Please come forward. I hear none. Thank you. Also like to let everybody know that the Budget Advisory Committee supports the salary and classification plan amendments and pay increase for the fiscal year 2022 as presented. Also, the Budget Advisory Committee recommends that a salary survey be completed at least every 3 years or sooner to ensure that Tarpon Springs salary structure remains competitive in the local market.
Mayor, can I add one more thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Ron, you want to come up now and talk about the document you left on the desk? There's an item that we discussed at the budget hearings. It very well, and Ron reminded me today, it very well could have been included in this package. I want Ron to just go over it real fast, and if so wishes of the commission, we can include this into my package of approvals. Ron, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, good evening. Ron Herring, Finance Director, and I think it was part my fault. It got left out there, but a while ago it was brought up at the budget workshop about commissioners have their dependent coverage for health and dental insurance. And I think it was brought up that they shouldn't come out of their own pocket for the dependent benefits. And so this is something we wanted to add to the resolution here to be able to cover that for the commissioners.
Thank you. Any other public comments? I hear none. I need a motion.
Motion to approve, including the amendment to the resolution regarding no out-of-pocket cost to commissioners to pay for dependent health care.
Okay. Thank you. I have some comments and questions First, I want to say that I had the opportunity to,
Mayor, I don't think we have a second.
I'll second that.
oh,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. I want to say that I had the opportunity to discuss the employee salary plan with Mr. Licouris in detail. And I agree and support this proposed plan. And I'm glad all these upgrades and classifications is based on the salary study that we have done. And I agree with the Budget Advisory Committee. This is a study that should be done at least every 3 years to make sure that our employee salaries stays in with the other cities, comparable to the other cities. The reason why I requested to have this employee salary study is because for many years that our employees were underpaid. Many times we hire employees, we train them, and then they go to the other cities for higher pay. So in the long run, it was more expensive for the city of Tarpon Springs to maintain the employees. Mr. Licouris, I have some questions to ask you. The employees working for the city clerk department, their salaries have been looked at it as well as the other departments?
Yes.
Thank you. I support the increase to the low salary positions from $13.48 to $15.89, which is per hour. You're proposing to have a 5% increase, which is less than $1 increase per hour. How many employees do we actually have working in that pay scale? $13.48 to $15.89.
Jane, do you happen to have that number?
Currently, there are 34 employees, but with this particular...
I'm sorry, what?
There are currently 34 employees, but with this increase or this movement, that'll be down to 16 for the October 1.
Okay. Well, I'll be honest with you, we should be able to do better than that. If we have employees that are working for $13 an hour, $13 to $15 an hour, they can't make a living with that. 5%, Mr. Licouris, is kind of low increase. Is there any way, can we do better than that?
You have to remember, and how we've done this every year with the increases, you got to avoid compression also. So I fully expect next year to come back with another graduated one and be able to look and keep the compression. Why it goes down from 5, 4, and 3, you end up bringing people up too far and going over people that are in different categories. So this was studied meticulously of where all the employees lie, where these raises would put them in the salary structure, and it's meant to be a step. And every year, if you remember the last 3 or 4 years, we've had these increases, and I imagine there'll be one to get up, but we try to do it without compression, and there's compression you'd cause by doing that right now. So we looked at that in all aspects and where to go, and this is the best setup to avoid that compression issue, but to give a raise and move people up a little more. Again, I imagine you'll see something of this structure like next year. And again, we moved it from in the 30s to 16, and I imagine we'll come close to eliminating it next year. Again, without causing that compression.
Okay. It's just that, you know, given that $1 raise, people that are making very little wages, it's just very hard to make it. So if you look at it and see if there's anything that we can do to help the 16 employees, I think would be appreciated.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
I misspoke before when I told you those numbers. Those numbers, the 34 and the 16, are those people that are under $15 an hour.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. So, Mr. Licouris, if you just please take a look and see if we can afford to give at least another $1 an hour. Look in the attachment number 9, the one-time salary adjustment for the 5 water department employees. Is that going to be comparable to the other cities? The reason I'm saying that employees that work in the water department They are specialized and it's very, very, they're in demand. So there are many other cities looking at these employees. So honestly, I don't want to lose that expertise that we have here in Tarpon Springs. Are they comparable to the other cities?
As I'm signaling Paul Smith to come up and address that, because that's his item that I told him would come up.
Good evening, Paul Smith, Public Services Director. Yes, those recommendations were made by me on behalf of the department to make those positions competitive with the market area. It doesn't put them at top, at the high end, but it puts them in the neighborhood. And with future consideration for the annual pay raise, I think that'll let them track more closely with the industry.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. My next question is on the attachment number 13. General Employees Retirement Plan will increase from 8.7 to 9%. How many employees do we have eligible to this retirement plan, excluding, of course, the police and fire because they have their own? And also, has been 18 years since since the last increase, right?
Yes. Again, Ron, you want to come up again? This came out of the General Employees Committee. You want to talk about that, Ron? And
Yeah, we had the General Employees Pension Board meeting last week. It was brought up about trying to increase the contribution to the defined contribution plan. It's been at 8.7% for almost 20 years. Like I say, it went before the board of the General Employees Pension. We had a survey from our consultant that showed that the average is right around 9.43%, I believe. And you know, the cost, I guess our thought was at the board was maybe we could gradually get it up to 10%, but this would be an incremental start right here, bringing it up to 9%. The cost was just like $35,000, which is spread across the multiple funds. And you asked how many employees? About 237 full-time employees is affected by it.
Okay. Thank you. You just answered my other question that I have, and see if that's comparable to the other cities.
Correct.
Since we haven't looked at it 18 years, kind of scares me
Right.
if we are comparable or not.
Yeah.
That's all I have. And also like to say that I agree with the recommendation of the Budget Advisory Committee that the salary survey should be completed at least every 3 years. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm glad to see the Budget Advisory put their stamp of approval on this. I do have a quick question. I'll make a quick statement about retirement funds real quick. In the private sector, you have retirement funds that range from 3% with a full match by the employee, 4% in my current job with a 6% contribution by the employee, and also it ranges anywhere between. So I do hope that the city is explaining to the employees that in the private sector, we're actually seeing the retirement funds decrease contributions. So I think it's a great benefit for the city to help the employees not have to put a dime of their dollars into the retirement fund, and they're getting a significant contribution to the retirement. So if they make $45,000, they're getting an extra $4,000 a year into the retirement fund without a dime going from their pocket. If they make $75,000, they get $6,700. If they're making $3,100 or $31,000, they're getting $2,800. If they're making $100,000, they get $9,000. So although it comes out of our budget and they don't necessarily spend it at the time, and that's a significant amount of money that's going into their IRAs or 403Bs or whatever they're called in the city right now. So at the end of the day, I mean, that's a big benefit. I think that we need to highlight that with the city, with the new employees that come in, to really make sure they understand what those dollars are, because that's a big impact on an annual basis on top of their salary. So I think it's a great benefit, like I said, that really sets the city apart, I think, from the private sector jobs, because that just doesn't exist that I've seen in the private sector. I have a question for Tom real quick about the custodian. I think it's 2 part-times for a full-time. The backup talks about the library and train station. I'm assuming there's probably more that individual would have more time to do other things. Is that correct?
That's correct. Tom Function, Public Works Director. Yes, they've had issues with some part-time workers in those two positions, so we take them in full-time. We'll cover those two spots and hopefully cover other public restrooms without the city.
Okay, so like the public restrooms in the area, that they could go around and hit those as well?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. No further questions.
Mr. Attorney, do you have a comment to make?
When the commissioners are finished, I just want to clarify something for the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mayor.
No comments? Commissioner Ticuritas.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Niffen, the way this thing is going to work, the way the adjustments are going to work is if an employee is currently making less than what the increase to the minimum is, they're going to be automatically moved up, as well as what their pay increase is going to be, the annual pay increase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
If an employee does not reach the minimum, given the percentage increase, they automatically must come to that minimum.
That's great. Thank you. Also, full disclosure, I'm your commissioner representative on the General Employees Pension Board. So I'm actually very much enjoying that board, although Ron might take issue with that. We've got a great board, and I really enjoy working with them. The other thing was just a technicality. The way the resolution is written, it doesn't explicitly include the job descriptions for the new positions. I think to some extent it implies it at some stretch, but I want to make sure the job descriptions, or at least the positions that we're approving tonight, are based on the job description and the attachments that you've included in this resolution. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I don't need to add that to the motion, but if we could just reflect that in the record, Ms. Jacobs, if that's okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I had, Mayor. Thank you.
City Attorney Trask.
Mayor, I just, in looking at the resolution itself, the resolution in section 1 says that you're authorizing those changes that are set forth in sections 3 through 16 of the memorandum. Well, it's actually 1 through 14 of the memorandum that you want covered. And so I would think that you would want to make that change in your motion. There must have been a previous memorandum that was numbered differently.
Yeah.
But the memorandum that's attached in your packet is 1 through 14 and not 3 through 16. And so the motion would be to approve it, the recommendations and the memorandum 1 through 14, plus full coverage for dependent coverage for board members. So that would need to be in the motion. I just want to make sure that you don't approve a resolution for items 3 through 16, and 1 and 2 are not included, and 15 and 16 are not even part of what you're talking about tonight.
Right.
Okay, I'll amend that motion to reflect that we're approving the resolution as written, with the exception of paragraph 1, which will clarify to state that we're including sections 1 through 14 with the memorandum, and then also include the provision, actually 2 provisions, include the provision for the, that no money would come out of a commissioner's pocket for dependent health care, and then also the memorandum that Mr. Herring provided with regard to, oh, that was it. Okay, thank you, that's it.
Can I ask I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I ask for clarification? There's a 15 in the memorandum that I'm looking at with an effective date. Does it need to go to 15 or 14?
Well, 15 is just saying the effective date.
Okay.
And so the effective date is in a different section of your resolution, so you don't need to include that.
Okay.
That would be 1 through, so exactly how Commissioner Vaticiotis had stated it would work.
Thank you. I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner Ticuritas. I would like to include into the motion for the city manager to take a look at the very, very low salary positions that they make $13.48 to $15.89 per hour, to have a higher increase of 5%, which is less than $1.
I have no objection to that.
Okay, you want to include that?
I'll amend it to reflect just what the mayor stated without having to repeat everything.
Okay.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
And are you amending that they look into it, or that it has to happen?
We're looking into it.
You'll look into it.
Okay.
To see what he can come up with.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Any other comments? Roll call.
Could I just make a clarification here? Sorry. As part of your motion, you just said health care, health insurance. I just want to make sure it's all dependent coverage.
All
Health,
dependent,
dental.
let me clarify that. My motion includes all dependent coverage.
Second.
Okay, we good? Any other comments? If not, roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. We are now going to the item number 12, which is the approval to proceed with citizens' engagement to rebuild Florida General Infrastructure Program grant application. Staff report.
Good evening. Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. For this item, staff is proposing to apply for a grant to upgrade the seawalls that were recently evaluated and compiled into the seawall master plan that was presented to the board late last year. The grant is called a Rebuild Florida General Infrastructure Program grant, and the applicant, which would be us, is required to comply with a public notice requirement. To do that, we're proposing to use the Connect Tarpon Springs online tool to get public input, and we would use Facebook and city website and other means to direct people to that site. Your backup memo is asking for the board's approval to publish to the website. And although it's implied, let me clarify here at the podium that we're also asking the board to approve actually applying for the grant after the public comment period. I meant to put that in the memo and inadvertently left it out. Kind of an important step. So to summarize the grant, we're proposing to apply for funding for upgrading all of the seawalls that are maintained by the city, including increasing nearby roadway elevations and other upgrades that may be required in each location, like sidewalks and stormwater infrastructure, et cetera. This is local to the seawalls. Think of like the project at Hope Street that we're doing now. It's that level of magnitude for each one. As with most grants, the grant funds are issued on a reimbursement basis. So that means that we would have to have the funds up front to bid the project for construction, but since we don't have $10.5 million readily available, we would need to fund the project by a bond issue using something called a grant anticipation note that would be repaid using the grant proceeds. This is the same approach we used to fund the RO water facility in anticipation of the Swift Mud grant to build that facility, and Ron can tell you more about grant anticipation notes if you want more detail there. So that is the summary of this item. Mr. Mayor, back to you for public input questions.
Thank you. And we go to public comments on this item. Any public comments on this item, please come forward.
Paniotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I want to talk about a full-time grant writer during this section of the agenda because I thought it was important when we missed out on that last segment of funds. And I know we were only given 5 days to complete the application for the MLK roundabout, those funds that we missed out on. When I had looked at the initial application, the questions they were asking seemed relatively to about 1 to 2 sentences, seemed very brief in the applications themselves. So I think we could have got it done within a 5-day period, but a full-time grant writer, for example, for this situation where they could have put the other projects they were working on to the side that quick moment and then applied for that grant, answered all the questions and submitted it within 5 days. So I'm hoping we get a full-time grant writer in the future. That way we don't miss out on issues where applications need to be expedited for grants, and full-time grant writer is something we need for this strategic plan as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Beardal Locks, 514 Ashland Avenue. kind of ironic again that we have to have Bob ask the board to get permission to go to the public. That should be something almost automatic on most everything you do. But in hearing what he's talking about, bond anticipation notes, I'm quite familiar with, as he referred to, the reverse osmosis process. Getting bonds is an arduous process. I'm sure Ron could explain further as to the time frame and what it took to get those bonds, and they were a little more difficult to do because it was a larger expenditure. But I'm not sure if that affects the time frame and how we can get this grant funding and the project itself completed. So I would like to get a little more feedback on how applying for and getting bond anticipation notes would affect the whole overall process on this. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments? Any other public comments on this item? I hear none. It's back to us. We need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Robbins, I got some questions to ask you. Of course, we support to get public input and apply for a grant of $10.5 million. I know that we already have one seawall under construction on the Hope Street, and Roosevelt is under design right now. But we have 19 of those that we need to repair or replace. Can you tell me what's the chance of getting this grant? What's our chances of getting it?
Well, I'm not the grant evaluator, but I did have our consultant look at it. They've applied for these grants in the past and looked at the scoring criteria, kind of did a preliminary assessment of how we might do. And our score is fairly low. But that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. We are aware that in the last cycle, the city of Miami and I think it was the city of West Palm Beach both got grants in the $13 to $16 million range for seawall replacements and seawall upgrades. So we know that it's possible, and I think we'll probably use the, if we can get our hands on those applications, kind of use those as go-bys to help us prepare our application. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. You know, this is a very, very important project because we already had a study and a presentation about a couple months ago. What's our backup plan in case we don't get the plan?
The backup plan would be our plan A, which is to continue to work through that list one project at a time, as we've already started doing.
Okay. My next question, if I can get Mr. Harry to explain to us the grant participation note. What's the process of getting that?
Ron Herring, Finance Director. The grant anticipation note, it's basically the city would go out for bid, and a bank, whoever wins it would get the bid for the banking services of the grant anticipation note. It's like a line of credit. As they would have expenditures on this project, we would submit right away to draw on this line of credit. Bob's staff would probably ask for reimbursement. Maybe 2-3 months later, we get the reimbursement from the grant, and then we take that money that we get back from the grant and apply it against the line of credit to pay it down. So it's not a bond issue, it's a grant anticipation note which would go out to bid to a bank, whichever bank would get selected.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps anybody.
Well, I remember that we did for the water plant. I'm familiar with that, but I wanted everybody to hear what's the process.
Right.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr, you got any comments, questions?
I want to clarify a little bit further. So, right now, the estimated cost for today's construction cost is around $10.5 million for all these 19 different spots. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So would the grant anticipation note be for the $10.5 million, or would it be is the grant application for the full 10.5, or can it be a partial grant for $4 or $5 million?
So the way this grant is set up is you can't do it in phases or pieces. It has to be one big project. So we're doing it all at once for all 10.5 million.
Okay, then for clarification as well, since we're low on the schedule, I think was what you mentioned earlier, if we broke it up, would it make it more attractive or a greater chance of getting it?
I don't think so, because we're showing that we're trying to make a citywide impact.
Okay.
So we get points for that kind of an effort.
And then the Rebuild Florida General Infrastructure Program, it's a mouthful. Who's that through? Is it through a certain state entity?
It's State Department of Economic, is it Opportunity, DEO? Opportunity, right?
DEO?
DEO,
Okay.
State DEO.
Is that the same one that we applied for like a bunch of different things like 2 years ago for like the wastewater plant? Maybe it was last year, but the hospital we did an application for, and then we also did one for the RO plant too.
I'm not aware of that. Ron, do you know?
Does that ring? I know Paul Smith was involved with those ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
It
that.
was through the
Vice Mayor.
Department of Economics or Opportunity. Okay, I'll follow up with Paul about that one then.
Grants or bonds?
Grants.
Grants. He's asking for
Grants. I've got no further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Vatiquiotis?
No, I was, the RO plant was built on both grants and bonds, or just bonds?
Both.
Yes, it was built on both, so, you know,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah,
You had a
I don't have any questions. I think it's whether we get our money or not, I think it's good that we start moving in that direction. I know Mr. Function's been trying to keep up with all the repairs. I think we need to start replacing them. So thank you very much for your effort.
Thank you.
Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor Alahouzes?
Yes. We're now going to the item number 13, which is the award RFP number 210129, PAM Solid Waste and Recyclable Materials Collection Services. And I'd like to say that this item was deferred from the last BOC meeting on August 10, 2021, in order to get public input and recommendation from the Budget Advisory Committee. Since then, we received a letter from the Budget Advisory Committee after they had a meeting that, and it says, the Budget Advisory Committee recommends the proposal submitted by the Waste Pro. This was based on principally on the fact that 55% of the award decision was based on the total cost of the proposal. Staff report.
Again, this is coming back to you. What you have, what we're told to do was go to the Budget Advisory, and we did. We also did a citizen engagement document. I don't know if Tom might want to update you. We gave that and we gave the report to the board as of, I think, Thursday, 8 a.m. I don't know if the results after that have changed much. So we did the citizen survey per the board's direction. We did the meeting with the Budget Advisory Committee per commission direction. So it's back in your laps where it was last meeting to make a decision on this.
Any other staff comments on the presentation? Anything you want to present?
Well, the only thing I'll bring up over here, like we put on a survey out for trash and recycling, and with a couple of questions. And one of the first questions was, which of the following is the most important consideration choosing a sanitation provider? The three options were cost, of course, number of days of service, then other. Some people specified it was a combination of things. That survey worked out to about 52.5% of the respondents saying cost was the most important, with 24.2% saying number of days of service. And of course, then the other one was down at 23.4%. That was the final survey. It did change a little bit from the original survey, which I looked at it on the 18th. It was actually 53%, so it moved about not quite 1 percentage point in the direction of cost. So the other question that was actually asked too had to do with roll-offs. On the roll-off services, open containers brought to on a site. There are 10-yard capacities, has always been included in the city's contract for sanitation services. This could lower the overall cost of services. However, this does not allow for individuals to choose their own roll-off service. Is the ability to choose a roll-off service more important than the potential savings in your monthly sanitation bill? That was actually ended up at, the final tally on that was 51.7% said no, meaning that they don't want the removal of the services, with 38% saying yes. So it was pretty heavily favored to those saying leave it in the contract.
37% yes, say yes to what?
38.5% said that they would prefer, I'm sorry, I got it backwards, I apologize. Yes was actually 9.8% said to take it out, and 51.7% said leave it in. That would affect their services. They don't want to make a change. The cost of their services, they wouldn't want to make the change.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah. One of the other quick law things, it was actually a very good survey. It's actually, we had 265 respondents. It's probably the most we've ever had, so.
Okay. Also like to tell the people before we go to the public comments that yesterday and today, I received many phone calls and I talked to many people because the waste management sent text messages to the residents with incomplete information, and I had to tell them the facts and also that we're going to discuss this item tonight. With that, I want to go to the public comments. Any public comments, please come forward.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I want to first start off with, I will be reluctant to congratulate board and city staff on reducing stuff as water waste rates as soon after we were presented with the waste rates after the water rates, and I don't think the board knew that was coming. Regarding customer service, that's the biggest issue here that we're all here to talk about. Obviously, we all want to be fiscally responsible, but customer service is a big deal, and I'll tell you how that all plays into this bid right here. I did show the board the articles from Memphis, Tennessee, St. Lucie County, as well as Cape Coral about the poor customer service from Waste Pro, and I brought up before who graded these three bidders, and Mr. Funchin did state that our code enforcement officer had something to do with the grading, and so I did follow up with some questions as I was familiar with her being fairly new to code enforcement. I had big concerns on why she was heavily involved in the RFP and a contract that's in $20 million plus. I was also have my differences as to why Mr. Funchin, 16 years experience doing this, brought in somebody who's fairly new to this whole industry. I didn't get any responses back, so I assume that everything I stated came down to the fact that that person didn't have any experience. So I would like to maybe, as we deny this bid, send it out to rebid, possibly have a consultant in to come in to help us like we did with the water rates. That person was sharp in being able to help us if needed, or get some more experienced people with RFPs. And here's another issue that I would ask that the Public Works Department had live inside the city. This is a big deal. This is something that they should be able to experience too when it comes to servicing your own town and being able to experience the same service as the residents. Now, the difference in this contract over the 5 years was about $7.76 million, which divided by 5 years comes out to about $1.5 million. Well, going with Waste Pro, we're gonna have a 55% reduction in manpower, which translates into performance and efficiency, which also translates into customer service, because you can't, Waste Pro even said they're gonna have 12 individuals dedicated to Tarpon Springs. That's gonna be 150% daily exposure increase, being here 5 more days out the week. And regardless of whether they're in your side of town 3 days, regardless, they still gotta come travel through the main roads of Tarpon Springs 5 times to get to where they need to get to. Now the difference in cost, that $1.5 million, well, 14 trucks as opposed to 6 trucks equals a difference of about 16 people. So 8 drivers, 8 other laborers who help put the trash inside. I mean, I don't know the price of their salary plus their employee benefits, but it's got to be a lot of money. Plus their trucks alone must cost several $1,000s, anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000. So you have to take all that into consideration when you're looking at these bids. And in my opinion, I would like to see this bid rejected, sent back out with the proper scope of work, because I'm sure if Waste Management wanted to bid cheaper and say, hey, we can get 4 trucks to do all this work, I'm not sure if they could, but if they wanted to bid based off that type of who can do it cheaper, then I'm sure they could have put in a bid like that. So in my opinion, send it back out, maybe 2 to 3 years. And as far as for a 2-3 year bid, now as far as the roll-offs, after doing research, I am concerned that I don't think the price per household should go up if the roll-offs are not included, but I do think that individuals do have a right, since they already pay for the roll-off inclusion, to pick their own third party. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jackie Turner, 792 Chesapeake Drive. As y'all said, there's been a lot of feedback from the residents, be it from the surveys or social media posts and many of the emails and voicemails that you've received. That's reflecting a preference of quality service with the number of limited days on our already tight roads. So I do appreciate the Budget Advisories Committee recommendation to go with Waste Pro based on price, as that was instructed of as 55% of the criteria in measuring the proposals that were received. However, the issue that I have is that the proposals themselves didn't allow for the city staff, the Budget Advisory Committee, your teams, the board, to make a fair and accurate comparison among these 3 bidders. So we're really comparing apples and oranges here. So what's happening is that's not a really fiscally prudent path to take, particularly when you have the public feedback before you that's raising these concerns and questions about, do we sign this contract? Lots of confusion and questions on including roll-offs or not. The number of trucks, the types of trucks, the can options, the number of days options, the recycling facilities, where's our trash being taken? Those are important for a lot of us, particularly when we're talking about environmental concerns. What's going to be the rate increase potential for years 2 and beyond? This was a 5-year contract. Do we want to look at a 3 or a 4? Understanding that, yes, the fuel cost is the main driver of rate increases. That's the big unpredictor. We all understand that. But if we could have something laid out that explains it. As we've heard, that waste management team we've had for 25 years, they go above and beyond to provide that excellent service to our town. We know them, they know us. There's a trust that we can't create overnight just by signing a contract. I feel it's only fair to give them and the other companies and anyone else the opportunity that they deserve to bid on exactly the same services. So I just urge you to please decline these 3 bids that are before you and charge the city staff with posting a new RFP that clearly states in detail exactly what we want them to bid on. If you want to say we want 3 options and to lay out the 3 options and what the costs are for that, I know those are complex. I've written them, I've responded to them. They're a pain, they're detailed, but it gives you the material that you need to make that decision. Like I said, in conclusion, a 5-year, $20 million contract for services that affect everyone in town is worth this extra level of scrutiny. Please don't simply do the quick and easy thing. Let's do the right thing.
This is not one of my programs to fight for, but Anita Protestino, 1 Bayshore Drive. In listening to the company that came up here last week and knowing Waste Management, I'm concerned that they're not big enough to take care of Tarpon Springs. Waste Management does an excellent job. If they miss your trash can in your driveway, it's because you put it out too late. You make a call, they come back. And you need to weigh how good they have been to the community, the Boys and Girls Club, our art shows, our Main Street programs, Sponge Dock programs. They're always bringing their equipment in to get our garbage, to get our trash, our Christmas parade. You see them here with the Christmas parade. It's also community involvement, which is important. I don't want a larger bill. I don't have my husband's income coming anymore. I live on my Social Security. And I don't want to see increase. But you have a responsibility to do what you need to do for the city. But let's take into consideration what they've done for our community. It's just, to me, sometimes we overlook the good things that happen also with the work that they do. My concern is the other company, with the amount of trucks they have and the days that they want to change, is going to be difficult. And that's something you have to take into consideration. What they have given to us here in Tarpon Springs that they don't need to do. They don't need to do. And when the storms come, they're here to pick up the debris, and then they give us a couple of times a year for free pickup. So please take that into consideration. But you do what you have to do. Times are hard, money is tight, but also there's other things to be considered in what you vote on. Thank you.
Hi, Craig Lunt, 743 Chesapeake. I didn't have the time to do a thorough analysis of the RP, as obviously some other people have done, but I did notice some discrepancies. On August 4th, Tom Funchen released a memo to Janina Lewis regarding the recommendation of himself and others. In that, he states that the residential rate will only have a 1.14% increase, which he listed as 20 cents per customer. And then the total price was, for 5 years, was estimated at a little over $4 million. On the recommendation memo that was written by Janina Lewis to the mayor and the Board of Commissions, she mentioned the same amount of $4 million plus. However, her analysis that was included with the recommendation, it said that the actual increase was going to be $1.15 or 6.95% to the residential customers. And, you know, that's not a huge amount of money we're talking here, but that's a 500% difference in the recommendation from our Director of Public Works. And there's something's wrong here. That analysis has to be redone, or it should be relet, because the numbers aren't adding up.
Next person, please.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Let's just look at, I think it's page 3 in your backup. Waste Pro, $20,498,911 over 5 years. Waste Management, $28,263,016, and Orion Waste, $28,687,370. And it's apparent that Orion's not even in the running, so we'll just focus on the two, Waste Pro and Waste Management. I'm not sure if some of the previous speakers have actually read the backup. I went through all of Waste Pro's presentation and Waste Management, and Waste Pro did indicate they would do the bulk pickups. They did indicate that they're community involved. They did indicate a number of factors with their trucks having the same capabilities of being eyes on the community and also being involved in the community. But as the gentleman just mentioned on this, it says single-family refuse and recycling. The increase for Waste Pro is $1.15 or 6.95%. Waste Management, $8.46 a month, 51.15%. And then for dumpsters, it's only a 0.36% for Waste Pro, but a 28% increase for Waste Management. For VIP compactors, it's a decrease of 2.9%, where Waste Management 28% increase. And for roll-off pull-up charges, it's a 3.31% increase Yet for waste management, it's $251.72, or a 78% increase. Now, some people may feel that sticking with waste management and absorbing an approximately $8.50 increase is affordable to them. But we have a lot of people in our community that's a big chunk of money each month. If you look at that over a year, that's 85 and another 17. It's almost another $100 out of their pockets a year. Plus, our stormwater is going up. I know we reduced our water sewer rates for a temporary time, but everything else is going up, as Ms. Protas mentioned, with inflation, gas costs, food costs, taxes, all these things. I don't see a problem really with going with this new entity. You can put a clause in there if you feel that after 2 years or 3 years they're unsatisfactory, that you can go out to rebid at that time. That's perfectly legal, and Mr. Trask can maybe advise you how you could put that in there. But as far as, unless you go out to rebid as it's been recommended from what you have before us, the Waste Pro option is the best thing for our residents. They offer comparable services, and from what I read, they highly train their drivers. They're the same drug-free options as far as their employees. They did indicate numerous events that they participate in, and I'm sure if they're wanting to be a good partner to have further extensions of the contract, they'll be more than willing to help out at community events. Other than just having a few less trucks or being changes in some schedules, just be advised that half the city gets yard waste on Monday and the other half gets it on Thursday. Same thing with recycling. It rotates off and on. So I don't really see that much differences in the way they're proposing to handle their trash, recycling, and yard waste. The only concern I had was whether we have to actually purchase their containers, because it did mention something about them providing 64-gallon for recycling and 96 for trash, as compared to us using our containers at the current time. So that would be something I'd like to get a clarification on. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments on this item?
Good evening, Robin Singer, 1630 Lonesome Pine Drive, Tarpon Springs. I was concerned when I read an email that someone sent about some negative press about Waste Pro in some other areas, Port St. Lucie and so forth. So I went a little closer to home and spoke with our neighbor, Dunedin, because they're using Waste Pro services for the first time. And I spoke with their public works director to see what their experience was. Was it good? What was the transition like? He said, of course, nobody likes change, but that it's working out very well for them. Of course, they don't have the population that we do. And he said that they're very easy to work with. I know that people have a very long relationship with waste management, and there's some emotional connection that is part of that. But I also agree that we have to look out for our residents' dollars. Whether they're low income or not, it's still a significant savings. And the straw poll that I took was very interested in cost savings and good service, but the cost savings did figure into it significantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Good evening. My name is Bill Gresham, and I am with Waste Management. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here tonight. Before I move forward, I just wanted to say that I attended the Citizens Advisory. Both companies were in attendance. It was my first one ever, and it was different. I've been around 28 years. There were no questions or any opportunity for the public to speak before the final vote. And when you get into a situation like this, your whole working career, it's a little unusual for you. So no questions, no opportunities. And the committee also seemed somewhat lost based on what they were saying, that they really didn't know the exact direction they needed, but the only thing they could base it on was price. And that's what they did. So nothing else came up in that except for price. So on for tonight, we go by your houses 4 times a week, basically 2 days out of the week, Monday and Thursdays. Our competitor has proposed going by 5 days per week, collecting within your city. On an annual basis, for us, that's 104 trips in your neighborhoods, and for our competitor, that's 260 trips in your neighborhoods. That's 156 trips more on the streets of your city than our current and proposed way of doing the collection. So our proposal was not a guess. We proposed on what we were doing now and what we have been doing, and was nothing new. All right? The RFP proposal, as was said here earlier, collection plans for service are not reasonably comparable. I think the word was apples to oranges, whatever, but it's 16 trucks versus 14 trucks, 2 days versus 5 days of service. And in their proposal, every resident will have a service day change. And approximately 4,000 residents will have 3 service day changes, plus the additional 156 more days times on their streets per year. Cheaper is not always the answer. It is what the residents want for their money. Other factors we bring in besides money and service days, the constant sustainability action to the city every day we collect. Most of our collection trucks are fueled by compressed natural gas, CNG. Waste management CNG collection vehicles emit nearly 0 particulate emissions, cut greenhouse gas emissions, and much quieter than diesel trucks. Highly trained drivers in Tarpon. We like to train them real high, but they're very experienced. Most of them have been collecting here for over 6 years. 2 drivers live in the city, 7 to 10 years experience. Excellent service is not a luck thing. It's hard work from a dedicated and experienced employees. And they have proven themselves safe-wise. And safety is a big factor considered in any city. Money back to the community. Giving money back to the community. Sponsorships, donations. Over the last 9 years, we've given back over $45,000. They're not saying we're going to do it. That's what we've done, okay? Those numbers do not include the millions of dollars we have invested in our CNG trucks that we just talked about and our CNG fueling station. We could not or would not be able to be a factor in helping the city obtain your sustainability goals without these investments. There are all actions one can touch, see, and not future promises. So in summary, how do you keep?
Time.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is George Toke, District Manager at Waste Management of Pinellas. I've been District Manager for Waste Management in Pinellas for 6 years, 14 years total with Waste Management. Prior to that, I was in the United States Air Force for 23 years, and I understand 2 of the board members are also military, so thank you for your service. I'm here tonight to speak for my drivers and my managers. Some of them are here. You know, we take this very seriously, and it's important to us. 25 years of service with this community is important to us. Waste Management Tarpon have been in a relationship for many years, picking up trash, recycle, yard waste every week, to handing out snow cones, a lot of snow cones at the celebration 4th of July. Every Monday and Thursday, we come into your community. We bring our world-class safety results. And regardless of pandemic or even after a hurricane, we always strive to keep Tarpon Springs clean and safe. Mr. LaCouris, the city manager at the budget advisory meeting, stated that you never know what kind of service you're going to get when you go into an RFP. Well, I have to disagree. You guys are going to know exactly what you get when you receive from us for the past 25 years. We did an entire reroute of our Pinellas district in 2018 so we could take care of our drivers to a 5-day work week instead of a 6-day. We did this to give our drivers a better quality of life. We moved a lot of different routes and days around in my Pinellas district, and during this time, to accomplish this, we did not touch one of the Tarpon Springs routes or days per the contract. I understand we came in higher for our 2-day-a-week service versus the 5-day service offered by Waste Pro. Waste Management will continue to service our current way with us on your roads 2 times a week to clean up everything, compared to the Waste Pro on your streets 5 days a week, every week for the next 5 years. Every resident will have some change. This will be your choice as the commissioners. I just appreciate you letting me stand up here and give you reasons why Waste Management would like to stay part of the Tarpon Waste Pinellas family. I want to leave you with one famous quote. One is never afraid of the unknown. One is afraid of the known coming to an end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Kalispera. I'm Dawn Bozeas McCormick. I am Director of Communications for Waste Management here in Florida. I've been with the company for 12 years, and I'm really proud to support my waste management team here tonight. I know that Tarpon Springs is a very special place for those of you who've lived here most of your life or all of your life. And it's a very special place for those of us who are of Greek American heritage. I treasure the deep history of this town. I grew up in Chicago. My father ran a Hellenic basketball tournament for 75 years. He's in the HEPA Hall of Fame, and my son was a HEPA Athlete of the Year when he was in college. So very proud of those Greek American heritage, and now I'm a yaya to my first grandson. So I value heritage, and I know you value commitment and service. Military service, as we've recognized, and thank you for that, but also all of you for your public service to this great city. Well, Waste Management has been providing outstanding service to Tarpon Springs for 25 years. Our men and women do it safely and professionally and always with a smile. Our drivers, several of whom who do live here in the city, they know the streets, the businesses, the neighborhoods, and the families here. They're all trained in our award-winning Waste Watch program. And one of their colleagues, Robert Riley, who's a Waste Management of Tampa driver, is going to be honored next month in Tallahassee as the Citizen of the Year for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Missing Children's Department. Robert found a wandering toddler early in the morning on one of his routes. He noticed it, he got out of his truck, he did what he was trained to do. He called 911 and waited for the authorities, and together they were able to reunite that child with his sleeping parents. And I'm proud that Robert's going to be honored, and our drivers who know your community perform that way too, in terms of being an extra set of eyes and ears in the community. Again, we care about the environment. Our CNG trucks help you with your sustainability goals. But we also, more importantly, take care of our people. We have an outstanding benefit, and you talked a lot about benefits and salaries tonight for your team members. We have a new program called Your Tomorrow Educational Benefit. All of our waste management team members have access to free bachelor's and undergraduate degree programs. And in January, that benefit's going to be extended to spouses and children. So free educational benefits for our drivers' children. We take care of our people and our families, and we're very proud of that. So our service and our commitment to our team members and to your city residents does cost a bit more. It's 24 cents a day more in this case, but it provides real value. And I hope you will agree with me that it's worth it. I hope you'll agree and listen to your residents. I looked at your Facebook page today, and you had 75 posts. Almost all of them were in favor of keeping Waste Management. I know that you wanted to hear from your residents, and I know you got a lot of phone calls in support of waste management. Your residents value the services we've provided over those 25 years, and I ask you respectfully tonight to consider those things, and when you think of the cost, it's 24 cents a day, and I think we provide a lot of value to the city and to our team members, and we bring the best to your town twice a week, not 5 times a week, but we do it efficiently and professionally, and thank you for your time tonight.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dale Henderson, 12600 Automobile Boulevard in Clearwater. I had to use my calculator a moment ago. I've been in the solid waste business as a solid waste professional for 39 years. I actually worked for Waste Management for 22 of those years. I'm now the general manager of O'Brien Waste Solutions here in Clearwater. And a couple of things popped into my mind, a little bit of math. Customer service is the most important thing that a solid waste company delivers, bar none. I spend my day, whether it's working on trucks or providing service, delivering carts to our customers, whatever it is a general manager like me does, that's what I do. It's all centered around customer service. 3 numbers, 4.2, 4.1, and 2.2. They represent what Google reviews those customers think about Orion's service at 4.2, Waste Management at 4.1, and Waste Pro at 2.2. If you do the math, a lot of the comments that you saw in this survey about customer service ring true in that report, in that vernacular through Google reviews. I don't have a lot else to say other than 39 years of experience in this industry have taught me that the most important thing, safety followed by customer service. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Tarpon Springs City Commission and staff. My name is Lisa McKnight, 3411 North 40th Street in Tampa. I represent Waste Management for over 26 years, and I oversee our government affairs team over the state of Florida. Comparing apples to apples in this solicitation process for sanitation proposals is not possible. Your decision comes down to prioritizing service over price. I also attended the August 19th Budget Advisory Committee, which comprised of the sanitation proposal as well as the salary and classification plan that you voted on today. The committee had considerable discussion around the salary survey. They spoke about open positions, losing good quality employees due to better pay in surrounding communities and private sector, the importance of salary range to allow for hiring seasoned and good quality employees, and the ability to be flexible to lure from competitors and pay more for experience for good quality workers. So I referenced during that public comment just that we are your waste management team. We are your comfort zone. We're that high quality employee that we bring to the table. Our proposal focuses on 25 years servicing Tarpon Springs through sustainability, safety, and employee retention in a very challenging time. The pandemic has hit our industry very hard, especially direct labor within our driver, technician, route manager, workforce. In our Florida area alone, we have increased pay in these positions for almost $20 million this year. Our team addressed many of other topics, which leads to a higher price. But one that requires emphasis is most important on our frontline drivers. Social media posts and outreach these past few days have praised their work, their attitude, their professionalism, and stress Waste Management is worth the rate increase to keep service in your community. A garbage collector still ranks number 5 on the top most dangerous jobs. Waste Management, as an industry leader, combined with our mission to zero safety culture, focuses on bringing home our drivers home safe every day to be with their family. I ask you tonight to vote to retain our professional drivers that have provided exceptional service in Tarpon Springs for all of these amazing years, and most importantly, doing it so well during this pandemic. I can assure you it has not been an easy year and a half. Your vote tonight will be that huge thank you on behalf of all of your constituents that have reached out to you today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Bob Tenoff with Waste Pro, and I'm here to speak in support of the local team. I'm a division vice president for the southwestern side of Florida. And clearly, we've spoken about it tonight that our bid represents substantial savings from the other bids for this opportunity. A couple of things that continue to come up is one of them is the transition. And transitions is really what we do. We've done many of them. We have recommendations for what we've done in that area, and it wouldn't be any different here. Better than 50% of our business is municipal, and municipal work is what we do. Talking about safety. Safety is obviously the most important thing in our industry, and it's something that's reflected in what we do as well. And it's reflected in what we do for our employees. So we have $10,000 awards. We're the only one in the industry that does that for drivers that have 3-year safety records. We give $5,000 awards for the helpers that have the safety records. It's important, and we recognize it for our drivers. And drivers are very important to the business, and therefore we as well have gone through a significant amount of employee changes, similar to what we were talking about tonight. Wage increases, addressing the market, because retention is a big thing, and we've addressed that as well. One of the things that continues to come up is how many trucks we are running, and the 5-day versus the 2 days. And there's somehow this math happening that we're going to drive through this town more times than anyone else. It's 4 services a week per resident. You're in a neighborhood 4 times per week, no matter which way you look at it. You're in the neighborhood twice for trash, once for recycling, once for yard waste. So the fact that we run over 5 days is simply the way it's split. It has nothing to do with how many times a truck's going down a street in a particular neighborhood. It's 4 times. One of the other things that we've since addressed since the last meeting was a big discussion about yard waste and the desire to pick it up at the beginning of the week, which we have agreed we would be able to do. And move that to Monday and Tuesday rather than to Thursday and Friday that was in the original proposal. As well as the trucks. When we move into a new contract like this, it would be new trucks. And yes, there's a discussion about CNG, and all the diesels that we run today are low emission diesel trucks. It's a new low sulfur diesel. There is very little to no pollution on that as well. In summary, we stand behind our proposal. We offer savings to the citizens, and we offer a good transition, and we offer a record of this is what we do in the industry. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Are there any other public comments on this item? I hear none. And now we'll go to commission discussion. Need a motion?
Motion to approve the Waste Pro proposal.
Second.
Thank you. Can I have a representative here from the West Pro? I'd like to ask a couple questions, please.
Hi, good evening.
Please state your name and your address for the record, please.
Tracy Mann with Waste Pro, 5160 126th Avenue North, Clearwater, Florida.
Thank you. And welcome to Tarpon. You scored the highest on the cost, but for the service category, you was not the highest. Would you explain that, why your service it was not as high as the cost?
The service parameter piece, is that what you're referring to in the bid ranking?
I'm talking about the survey that we done based on the bid that came back.
Okay, so we weren't able to speak or really ask questions during the evaluation meeting that was held by the city staff. We were the only hauler in attendance at that meeting, but I do believe that this was addressed at the last meeting, and I think that there was some confusion on where we were taking our recyclable material, and that's what was stated by Tom Funchen, your Public Works Director, on why we were maybe points shaved off on the customer service.
Can we have an explanation on
that? Yes, sir. Yeah, the evaluation committee saw that we were under the impression that the recycling would be moved from of course, Tarpon down to Sarasota. I didn't see anything. We didn't see anything in there that said it was actually going to Clearwater, which I did clarify after we were done, of course, with the evaluation. That's when it was clarified.
Okay. Can you tell me what cities do you actually serve in the area?
In Pinellas County?
Yes,
alone?
please.
Sure. We service the city of Dunedin. We do the recycling, collection, and processing. We also service the city of Seminole, Florida, and the town of North Reddington Beach. That's just for Pinellas.
Thank you. Mr. Funchen, did you have an opportunity to ask the cities and see what kind of a service do they get?
Yes, I did. I've made a couple of phone calls, yes.
And what response did you get?
Very satisfied in many cases, yes.
Satisfied, okay. Your competitor, the Waste Management, they are serving the city of Tarpon Springs for 25 years, and we're getting a good service. You think your company can provide as good service as they can?
I know we can provide just as good of a service or better than Waste Management, and I do think that you have had very great service. But bear in mind that you have bid this out 3 different times in the last 15 years, I believe. So they have managed to retain, based on the same parameters, with 55 points allocated to price both times, or all 3 times that this bid has gone out.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you. Mr. Trask, our city attorney, if we get unsatisfactory customer service, what action the city can take to break the contract?
At this point, the contract has not been completed. We would draft provisions in it that would provide for termination or fines or daily fees. Those could be associated with it too, but we have not finalized that contract because we have not gotten to that point yet. But those are some of the things that you could do.
Okay.
So for example, if they don't have a pickup within a particular time frame, that they would be fined $5 or $10. If they don't comply with the terms of the agreement relative to picking up on a particular day that they've been contracted to do, you could also determine that they're in default of the agreement, and there would have to be cure periods and so forth and cure items, but ultimately if they didn't comply, then you could terminate them. Those are the types of things that we would probably look at in addressing not doing their work completely.
Thank you. Mr. Trask, you were able to see if the bid process was fair to all concerns?
So I've obviously read what was in the package before the last meeting, and the answer is yes, I see no inconsistencies in the process that would cause concern to the commission.
And the RFP was clear to all the companies how to bid, and do we know that?
So I don't know the answer to that. Those are the types of questions you would ask each one of them. I would assume that based upon the responses that they gave, that it was clear enough that they felt that they could provide a responsive or a response to the bid process.
we, as representatives of the people of Tarpon Springs, we have a responsibility to provide them very good service for less money. It's very hard to overlook $8 million difference between two providers over 5 years. The increase for Waste Pro is 6.95%. The increase for Waste Management is 51.15%. It's a big difference. It's very, very difficult to overlook that much of a difference, especially in, we have some, actually we have many residents on the fixed income. Yes, it's $8 difference, $8 increase. For some people, it's a lot of money. And we work very hard about a month ago on the to reduce the water bill 2.2% and no increase on the next 2 years. So we thought that we accomplished a lot. This is an opportunity again to reduce the sanitation bill, which is part of the utility bill. With that, I will go to Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple things. Thank you to the 3 companies that placed a bid on the services. Again, Waste Management, we value the relationship that we've had with you over the past 25 years. Waste Pro, thank you for coming in with the lowest bid. And Orion, thank you for being here tonight to discuss some of the items that you guys have to offer. So Waste Pro I would describe as a disruptor in the marketplace, which I think is a great thing to have. They came and provided a solution to provide a service similar to the other providers, but at a lower cost. One of the, which I value, and I think it's great. It takes a different perspective that they could provide the same service, picking up trash cans, picking up garbage for a cheaper price. The problem that I'm running into is that the residents have seen a 15%, I believe, increase from 5 years ago when they started with Waste Management to today because of inflationary cost that's allowed to be done each year. The other aspect I have is that none of these contracts are cost savings to our residents. Our residents are seeing an increase no matter who we go with. If it's Waste Pro, if it's Waste Management, or Orion. So to me, I do struggle with how the RFP was completed, and I value our staff, and I value what was done. I do think there's an opportunity to refine this further. I do believe that there's some things that we can do on the RFP to make sure there are apples to apples. I do like Waste Pro's proposal a lot. I don't like the recycling on a third day. I struggle with that. I think it's important to have, if we're gonna have trucks on the road, they need to be going in the same neighborhood twice a week, not 3 times a week or 4 times a week, but I believe you all said it's 3 times a week for each neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, 3 times, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The service days, I don't think it really matters. It's gonna be a month or 2 months and we'll figure it out. Whoever the new provider is going to be, if it's the current provider or a new provider, it's clear that there's going to be some type of transition period. So I've got no problem with if it's picking up their trash on Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. As long as it's not the weekend, I'm good with it. So the service days I don't think really matter. But what I do want is I would like to see a truer bid go back out. And I think that's going to be the best for the residents of the city of Tarpon Springs. And I think we really need to look at how the bid is written. I think what my suggestion would be that the city looks at the price being a large weight, and needs to be the heaviest weight, I believe. It was brought up, we have a significant amount of more mature population in Tarpon Springs, AKA older individuals who are on a fixed income. So to have any type of increase, which all 3 providers have been providing an increase, is a difficult thing for me to approve tonight for any of them. So in my opinion, I think it's best to see an RFP go back out again with the different stipulations. So the first line would be a 2-day service, similar to how it's done today with waste management. You've got a Tuesday, Thursday, you rotate yard pickup and you rotate recycling. And this wouldn't include roll-offs. Then you have a 4-day service, which includes one half of the city, similar to the Waste Pro proposal, but recycling and yard waste would be rotated. And then you have a bid alternative with roll-offs. So the 2-day service and the 4-day service wouldn't include roll-offs, and then there would be a bid alternative to include roll-offs. The other concern that I have is inflation, and then look at some type of inflation cap, because that's one of the areas that hurts our residents over time. And also, if there is an inflation portion of it, that it would be reduced to a biannual or every other year impact instead of an annual impact. I think clean energy is an important thing to address as part of the RFP. Both Waste Management and Waste Pro both tonight talked about clean energy. I do think that's a portion that we should look at. And then also, how are they going to be involved in the community? Again, all the companies talked about community involvement. It's important to see that you're all here. We appreciate you all. Obviously, you're an important part of our lives, because if we don't have you all, sure would have a heck of a lot more garbage on our streets. So it's important to see more what the community involvement would be over the next 5 years. I'm good with the 5 years as long as we have the right terms in place. But at the end of the day, I do think that we need to go out to rebid this. I think it's going to be best for the citizens to have a truer picture. And I value you all and what you've done and your proposal. But at the end of the day, it sounds like we've got 3 different companies that are going at a different direction. Waste Pro, I traveled in 4 different states this past week and a half. I saw Waste Pro in North Carolina in the middle of nowhere. So it was surprising to me to see their footprint in random places that were rural areas too. So they've got a big stretch. They're not just a local company based in Florida. So at the end of the day, I do think it's best for the residents, and I think it's going to be best for us all to go out to RFP again with some different parameters that I just talked about, and with the bid alternatives, because then we could evaluate as a board to say, if it's a significant amount of money between a 2-day service or 4-day service, we can make that decision. If it's a significant amount of money for roll-offs, we can make that decision. So I do feel that that's going to be the best approach to take right now. And I do want to reiterate that I appreciate everyone involved with this and this process. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to say I appreciate the relationship that we've had with Waste Management and Orion. I think since I've been on the board, we've had an Orion representative here once a month for every month that I've been here for 2.5 years. So again, I really appreciate the effort that you guys put forward. But it's our job as commissioners to appreciate $8 million of taxpayer money. So that's kind of the snag that I'm running into between the proposals, is that, earlier tonight, we went back and forth on the significant planning that we were going to need for the over $12 million we're getting for the American Rescue Plan. A couple meetings ago at a budget work session, we all were patting ourselves on the back and celebrating for the money that we were able to save residents with the water sewer rate study. So I don't want to go out to RFP again, because I think we're playing with fire. I think when that cost goes up, we're going to be kicking ourselves. And I support Waste Pro just on the basis of fiscal responsibility.
Commissioner Ticiotis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just need some clarification. Waste Pro, you service Dunedin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that both solid waste and recycle, or recycle only?
Just recycle only. The city actually has their own solid waste department, so they do the service.
That's what I thought. Thank you. I have a memorandum here from Ms. Lewis that pointed that out. So your experience with Dunedin is just with recycling only?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let me just say, I've done this a long time as well. I'm not sure if Mr. Grisham was at the city when I was city manager, but we transitioned from our own city employee trucks to waste management at that time. And I went through this process once of changing the way we pick up sanitation from, not necessarily from one contractor to another, but that it would, in effect, it's the same change. And also, I saw the Budget Advisory Committee struggling with this as well, and they did an excellent job based on what we handed them, which many people use the term apples to apples and oranges to oranges. But in effect, we handed them something that could not be compared. There's two different prices. One price represents one level of service, another price represents a different level of service. So how do you value that level of service? And that's what the residents are telling us. You know, what price do we put on the level of service, 2 days versus 4 days or 5 days? And that's the comparison we can't make. And I can't make that comparison unless I know what that value is. And also, I've looked at this quite a bit as far as the backgrounds of actually all three corporations. And I've tried to see this as far as what we would be getting into and that sort of thing. I do know that Waste Pro is one of the fastest growing private providers in the state, maybe in the southeast, I don't know. But along with that comes Growing Pains, and a couple of residents here mentioned that in their talks about some growing pains in other towns and things like that. And that's something I'm not quite sure of as far as how that would take place here in town, if it would. But I'm not willing to allow our residents to experience those growing pains as well without my learning more of the company itself. Also, I analyzed the Seminole, Florida competition. And, you know, it's really interesting. It's almost deja vu in Seminole of what we're going through this evening, and Seminole ultimately picked Waste Pro for that. And I also looked at the change of prices as far as the differences between what and Waste Management had served Seminole before Waste Pro picked them up as a client. And I saw what the price changes were from the contract from what Waste Management was charging to what their new rates were, and then also what the new rates were that Waste Pro was willing to charge, which was much less than what Waste Management was doing. And I believe that was at the same number of days, 2 days as well. They're a smaller town. The demographics, I also looked at that, the difference between 25,000 and 18,000 and 9 square miles and 6 square miles and the density of population, just to get an idea of the amount of distance there is between residents that you would have to go through, which I'm sure gets worked into your model to crank out a price. And I also know from residential pricing, it's all index-based, so you play by the numbers based on your experience. But it's that part of how do we value service, and that's what I can't get my arm around. And I actually had the same kind of scheme this evening to discuss, along with Vice Mayor Carr's scheme, which was almost identical to that. The 2 days of service, 2 days in town versus the 4 days, and then the have that bid by both, and also the roll-offs included in one set with 2 days and 4 days, and then no roll-offs the next, so they could be contracted with individually. That's where I stand tonight. I do not want residents to pay more than they have to. I want to make that absolutely clear. I'm not for residents paying $8 a month more. And I want to tell Waste Management something. I was here when you guys came on board the first time, and we went through a lot of growing pains, so I'm glad you stayed with us for 25 years. Seminole had you for 35 years, and they changed contractors. Now, I couldn't understand your pricing of how you went to almost 80% of what you were charging before. And I'm sitting there trying to think, well, now that doesn't really make sense. So here we went through Tarpon, and it looked like maybe you learned a little bit there, and because the price is something like 40% more, 50% more, not 80% more. But you need to work harder at what you're willing to charge our residents. Our residents overwhelmingly are standing by you, Waste Management. I just hope that there's a little reciprocity on your part when it comes through this next bid, if that's the way we're going to go. I'm very sincere about that statement. I don't mind changing contractors if I don't feel that we're getting the same reciprocity with loyalty when it comes from residents to one company versus a reciprocal feeling from that company towards residents. And I'm not here to want to cause a situation where residents are going to pay more and be inconvenienced more as well. That's not the name of the game either. But on the other hand, there are many people that are willing to go to the 4-day-a-week schedule if the price is right. The one thing that's of interest to me is if we do go to 4 days, would Waste Management actually be cheaper than what they're charging now for 2 days a week? That would be of significant interest to me. Then we can value what level of service is. But tonight, I can't tell you what that value is on that level of service. So I think we need to kind of go back to the drawing board the way that, in my opinion, the way Vice Mayor Carr and I are describing it. I'm not an expert in RFPs or invitations to bid. Not in this life. In my former military life, I did a whole lot as an engineering duty officer of the Navy. But we have our own particular rules for Tarpon Springs, and I think we need to abide that. So I'm not going to support approving any contract this evening, or at least any of the contractors, and I would be for rejecting all 3 bids and going back out to bid again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move forward? Hear none? No. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
The recommendation is to approve award to Waste Pro, is that correct?
Yes.
That is
No.
correct. Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
No.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. City Attorney, we have a tie vote.
Yeah, so the motion fails at this point. And we have equipoise provision, and it needs to come back to the next meeting. And we'll address it, and hopefully you'll have the 5th commissioner here, and you'll hear it one more time under your current rules.
Okay.
Can I make another motion?
You go ahead.
My motion would be to reject.
Let me verify with the city attorney. Can he make another motion?
Yes, he can make another motion.
Okay. Yeah.
My motion would be to reject all 3 bids as placed and go out to RFP with discussion with the city manager on what the board would see, but my recommendation would be the following. 2-day service without roll-offs, 4-day service without roll-offs, bid alternatives with roll-offs for 2-day service and 4-day services, inflationary caps, reduce also increases to every other year if they're going to happen, and then to have the pricing to be a large part of the RFP, clean energy and community involvement as well.
Okay, so I need
City attorney?
I need to make something absolutely clear. So what you need really should be a motion for reconsideration to bring the motion back on the table. And once you have that motion for reconsideration back on the table, then we need to address that if it obviously does not pass, then it's gonna, you're gonna do away with the prior motion. So we absolutely need to do away with the prior motion, otherwise it has to come back to you at the next regular meeting, because it was a tie vote, and under your rules, it's required to come back. So,
And another question, City Attorney, the motion has to be in a positive, right?
That is correct. So it would be a
he's
motion to
rejecting that,
reconsider
so-
the previous motion, and then if that passes, and then there would be no motion on the floor, then there would be, the motion would be whatever you wanted to do. So it's a two-step process to get rid of that prior motion.
Okay.
So your second motion, for example, if the motion for reconsideration passes, then you would have no motion on the floor, and then you would do a motion to reject all three bids, for example.
Okay, so you need to make a motion if you're going to bypass that.
Okay, so, City Attorney, if I make a reconsideration, it's a split vote, then what happens? It fails, right?
That would have to come back again, too. So, yeah. So, it's your rule.
We just have to play the game, so let's get on with it.
Go ahead, if you want to do that, go ahead and do it so we can, because
Yeah.
we've got people waiting.
I'll make a motion to reconsider the vote.
Do we have a second?
Second, we're reconsidering the first, which means that it's a revote of the first one, is that correct?
That's to void the,
It's basically to revoid the first motion. If this passes, a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
a roll call.
Before I answer, what exactly is the motion? I'd
The
like to
motion
have a
is-
statement of the motion, please.
The motion is to reconsider the prior motion. So if this is approved, this motion that you've got on the table right now, it is basically putting the other one back on the table, and you can either vote it up or down, or you can do you can do another motion.
Okay, so if I vote yes, that means that and the prevailing vote is yes, that means that the first motion is set aside?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I mean, just as a justification, I'm not going to support that because I know the end goal is to rebid everything. And I just said that I support the Waste Pro contract. So I understand the need to get on with it, essentially, and not have this come back up again at the exact next meeting, but that's what we need to do at this point because it was a split vote.
Okay.
Yeah, roll call.
Roll call.
On the reconsideration.
Yes. On the
Thank you.
reconsideration.
Yes.
No.
Wait a minute. She needs to do a roll call, just a second.
I didn't hear a
I
call.
was just looking to double check if we had changed that with the rules.
Before we vote, then, you want to take a look at that? Yeah.
Yes, can you give me a quick second?
Yes, let's do that. Let's make sure.
Because we had problems.
Was that in the motions procedure for voting? Irene?
I want to say it was. I'm trying to look. Do you wanna look?
Okay, well, it was removed then. So if that was removed, then it does not have to come back. I'm glad that
City Clerk.
we looked at that.
So we don't have to make a motion now? Is that,
It just failed.
It just
but-
failed?
Yeah, so now what are you going to do with, are you going to need another motion to go out to RFP then? I just want to make, I'm looking at Irene. I want to make sure that it's out of there.
I'm trying to find it. I'm sorry. It's,
In Resolution 2021-22 would be page 12 of 13, paragraph 5, motions procedure for voting. It's not in that section.
yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it there. I want to say we removed it.
Yeah, that's what I've got. So it's in page 12 of 13. So this is the same copy of the resolution that I have, and when you adopted that resolution on July 27th, that particular sentence came out of your rules evidently. So we're clear on that now. So the bottom line is that you have a motion that failed 2-2. So you've rejected, so far you have voted down the Waste Pro acceptance of their bid. So now you need to decide what direction you want to give the city,
Okay.
the city staff relative to doing another RFP.
Wait a minute, it's not very clear to us. Vice Mayor is trying to make the motion. Can he do that or not?
Yes, he can do that now. Now that we've determined that Equipose was taken out of your rules.
But we need to rescind the reconsideration motion, so I'm withdrawing my second for the reconsideration. If you can withdraw your motion for the reconsideration, Vice Mayor Carr, and go back to your RFP one.
So withdrawn.
Yes.
Okay, so we stay that we have a 2-2 tie. We'll come back next week. Next meeting.
No.
No, you can have a motion now, since it's, your Equipose provision was taken out by that resolution. You can have a motion to give direction to city staff which way you want to go relative to the RFP, now that Waste Pro has been rejected or has not been accepted.
Okay.
And my advice to you at the last meeting, if this is that you were going to do it, you're going to reject all 3 bids, so it'd be a motion to reject all 3 bids.
So am I okay, Mayor? For clarification, it would be, we could either defer it again to the next meeting to have a full board, or what I did earlier with direction to the staff on a other RFP, right?
If you wanted to do that, the answer is yes.
Okay. So I want to make a motion on what I said earlier. Can I just say that, or do you need to go through the whole thing? Okay, the whole thing again. Okay. I want to make a motion to reject all 3 bids and go back out to RFP for the following services. Number 1, 2-day service without roll-offs. Number 2, a 4-day service without roll-offs. Number 3, a bid alternatives with roll-offs on a 2-day service. Then a bid alternative with roll-offs on a 4-day service. And for clarity, the service is the amount of days they would go in front of an individual's house. And then inflation caps reduce increases to every other year instead of annually. Have some type of weight for clean energy, community involvement, and then also have price be a large weight factor as well.
Okay, got a question to ask. If we go through the RFP, when these contracts will expire? Mr. Function? I don't know if I have time to do that.
I'll let Janine, I want the purchasing.
Janina Lewis, Procurement Services Director. The current contract expires 30 September. So if we need to go back out to RFP, we would also need the board to let us offer an extension to the current provider in hopes that the current provider would accept, and then we would negotiate the terms after that.
The extension can be up to 6 months?
Correct.
Okay. Can you include that into your motion, please?
Yeah, I would like to include into the motion that we direct the staff to work with the current provider to extend the current agreement up to 6 months without increases.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comments, questions?
I do have one question. Ms. Lewis, please. Thank you. In our bidding process, the instructions, as Vice Mayor Carr described them, are fairly clear. But in the responses to the RFP, is it set up where they have to, if there's, let's say, the 4 different perturbations on this thing, do they have to respond to each one for the bid to be complete, or can they respond to just those that they wish to? and that would be accepted as far as a valid bid for comparison purposes.
Well, first of all, we don't compare bids to bids. They're only compared to what's in the RFP. So if they only choose to, pick certain options, like if they only want to give a service on 2 days instead of the 4 days, we can look at that.
You can,
Yes.
okay, that's all. In other words, I don't, my concern would be automatically kicking that out if they didn't address that other option.
No, but we could make that non-responsive. So if that's the determination, something that you would like to see in the RFP, we can ask that they respond to either all service or no service. So otherwise, if you're only going to respond to a 2-day service, we don't want your proposal.
No, I would like personally, I would like for them to just, to respond. It would be their choice of whether they wanted to respond to all 4 or just one.
Okay.
I mean, that's a clarification that I'd like to hear from the commission so you understand what that is. Is that an issue with anybody, or?
I've got no issue with that. I mean, I just want to be able to evaluate everyone together. Like, I don't want to evaluate Clearwater Beach to Sunset Beach, right? That's a big difference. So I want to be able to evaluate the 2-day service, the all companies that bid, and the 4-day services, the all companies that bid, and then be able to determine, is it worth the dollar amount to go to 2-day service versus 4-day service. So, but if a vendor only bids on the 2-day service and doesn't bid the 4-day service, I'm fine with them staying in. That's fine. I have no problems with that.
Right. That was all I was talking about.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
No.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Okay. We still have another item, number 16, and we only have less than 15 minutes left. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
I'll second that, only out of respect to the people that have stayed here this whole meeting that want to discuss it. However, I did make it clear, I think a couple meetings ago when we went past 11, that I didn't want to do this anymore. I wasn't going to do this anymore. I'll do it sitting here tonight. But overall, I don't know what clear message we need to send in terms of having our agendas be shorter or saying, hey, we're going to end the meeting at 10 o'clock because we always go 30 minutes to an hour over anyway. So it's just, I don't know how we handle this, but I think nothing discourages public comment more than discussing something at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, everybody that's sitting here and sitting out there right now is saying, I got to get up early for work tomorrow. I think it's a disservice to keep doing this meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting past 11 o'clock. So, again, I'll do it, but something's got to give.
Thank you. So let's continue.
Do you need a roll call?
Yes. Roll call, please.
Commissioner
getting
Vaticiotis?
late.
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. So item number 16 is discussion on the A-frame sandwich board signs, section 101-09 of the Land Development Code. And this item was put on the agenda by me. And the reason why I placed this item on the agenda for discussion is, as I stated in the last BOC meeting on August 10th, that I have been receiving calls from business owners, as well as the president of the Merchant Association, who is patiently waiting down there to tell us his opinion regarding the A-frames. And the complaint is that the new ordinance is creating hardship to our local businesses. And Mr. Licouris, you have any comments that you want to make before we go to the public comments?
The only comments I can make is I've included in the backup your ordinance that you devised. I included in the backup the timelines of it going to effect, including the extensions. And I also include there the types of signs, because there seems to be some misconception that it's only the chalkboard sign, and it's not. Again, so those are 3 things I included. This is your ordinance. You see the time frame that businesses have to come in compliance, and it's strictly a board decision from there.
Yeah. Well, before we go to the public comments, I'd like to comment that the reason why we changed the code was to make the signs to look more presentable, more uniform, more pleasing to the eye for the tourist, and to it was not intended to penalize any business owner. So the intent was to have a good product there and to look better for our tourists. With that, I would like to go to the public comments.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. As a small business owner, I understand what it's like to run a business, but I don't like to be micromanaged. Originally, I thought this ordinance was created for some type of legal issues when it comes to signs around town, and now it seemed to got shifted or diverted towards making business fronts and storefronts look clean. What's happened now is, as you've seen from complaints, the chalkboards, they wash away from the rain, and I've heard from business owners that the plastic signs are actually sturdier than the wood and metal signs, and they're actually able to paste or tape their images a lot better on those plastic signs. But we're running into this fine line of micromanaging again. And I did send an email out to the board as well as city manager asking, what's code enforcement going to do now since this, there's no more anonymous tips? And the response was, well, code enforcement is going to be proactive. Well, proactive means they're going to be out bothering these small businesses, bothering them any way they can. And, their job is to get people to come into their stores. Now, when you regulate the signs, and you guys think all wood or all metal signs is going to look good down at the sponge docks, but no, being creative, unique, original is what creates that attraction. So always going to support small business. We need to decide on revamping this ordinance because it's being used as a tool against the small business owners. And now we're running into this proactive code enforcement where how do we know it's proactive? How do we know we're not getting an anonymous tip from somebody and creating this issue again? So I want less regulation on the business owners, especially down at the sponge docks. They're the ones who are being impacted the most by this. And code enforcement needs to be addressed. I don't think there should be any proactive going out there searching because quite frankly, the city needs to be proactive on their own code enforcement when it comes to high grass or many other issues across town before we start being proactive towards our residents and our business owners. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Gouchman, 735 Dodecanese. I'm president of the Merchants Association. I've been in business here 26 years. I've had, as I said a few months ago, I've had metal signs, I've had wood signs, I've had plastic signs. And I don't think that's the problem. I think it's what's on the signs is the problem. Yes, we can get into really, you should have maybe talked to some business owners about what looks good, what doesn't look good, but you made a decision on eliminating the plastic and go with metal and wood. After I found out about this meeting, I went to Dunedin, I went to Palm Harbor, I came back up again to Tarpon Springs, took pictures all over the place. I have them in my phone. Plastic ones look good. Wooden ones look good, metal ones look good, as long as what's on them looks good. Yes, if you get scribble on them, plastic, wood, metal, it looks like crap. But if they're professionally done, I don't think it matters what frame you use. The burden of going out and buying new signs, I don't know what businesses can afford it, which ones can't. It's not an issue with me. I can go out and get new ones. I do have plastic ones still. They're not out in the street because code enforcement told me to bring them in. And pertaining to that, mine were on private property. And then she said, as long as you can see them from the street on private property, you guys have put restrictions on that too. One of my stores is in the Sponge Exchange. Some of them are 30, 40, 50 feet from the sidewalk. And you tell them, those people, that they can't have plastic signs also. I don't understand all that. I'm not sure if you have the right, maybe you do, but it's pretty extensive there. So basically what I'm trying to say is that if you can enforce how it's on the frame of the sign, I think that makes a lot more sense. And economically, the people who have, i.e. Ancloak Brew, I think they have 5 or 6 plastic frames. Well, it's going to cost them probably $1,000, $1,200 to go out and buy new frames. For what? And I think maybe think about just what's on the sign that makes the difference. And if you can, code enforcement can go around and say, hey, that looks pretty crappy, fix it. I don't know how that can be done either, but that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jackie Turner, 792 Chesapeake Drive. I also spoke to the Merchants Association about this situation. We live on the water, salt water, metal rust, wood warps. If the plastic is sturdy and safe for everyone, I agree. It sounds like more of an issue of what's on the sign, how it's being presented. The overarching issue I have is I feel that we have a lot of talent and diversity in the community and in the city, staff and the board, and we're getting involved, you as commissioners, I hate to see you getting involved in the minutia and the details that could be left over up to the city staff and to our business leaders. If the Merchants Association, if they're pledging to have good, clean, quality signage, let's trust these professionals, see if we can work with them. So it's just a bit frustrating to see you face the frustrations of material type. So thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Jean Hungaville with the Tarpon Springs Chamber of Commerce, 1 North Pinellas Avenue. Thank you for adding this discussion to the sign ordinance to tonight's agenda, Mayor. When this issue first came up last year, I asked for some staff clarification and was told it was primarily to clean up some of the handmade signs that were on various businesses around town. Okay, sounds good. But when the ordinance was passed at the beginning of the COVID crisis, it was more than just cleaning up some handmade signs, as we all saw. I understand that we want professional signs on our streets, but banning professionally printed plastic sandwich board signs seems somewhat arbitrary. And as has been previously stated, wood signs and metal signs will wear with our salt water, but they're also cumbersome and will deteriorate much more quickly. In addition, clean white plastic signs are much easier to move around and stay sharp looking for years. And as I drive around Tarpon, many businesses have paid for professionally printed white plastic board signs, and this will cost most businesses time and money to replace them, the chamber included. Our plastic sign is 10 years old, gets washed weekly, and it looks great. While I wholeheartedly support your effort to require professional signage, I urge you to reconsider banning the white plastic signs. Cleaning up handmade signs should be the primary focus of enforcement, not professionally made signs. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hi, this is Sherry Wendt. I'm Vice President of the Merchant Board, and I definitely agree with what's been said, so I won't go over it again. But one of the things I'm just thinking of, in the time of trial and tribulation that we're having now already, it seems like the the very worst thing we can do is decide that we're going to now start code enforcing our merchants for their signs. If you just concentrated maybe on number 3 on your sheet that you put out that talks about paper, handmade, cardboard, string hanging down, I mean, which is all common sense, but you're right, there were some crummy signs out there, and there's still a few. Maybe if you tried to put something out that it could be frame, or it could be wood, or it could be plastic, but it has to look professional. And if you have any questions, you should go to your Chamber of Commerce or your merchant board or your merchant association and let them assist you in figuring out what kind of sign you should prepare and choose. Then we'd have leaders in the city already at least trying to help our merchants, and it won't become our code enforcement people going around and pulling their signs off and giving them a hard time and making them spend more money, which makes us look bad. So I'm really asking you, this particular thing, I know you were trying to do a good thing. I do understand. There are a couple of crummy things. Well, maybe we need to take the approach of getting rid of the crummy things. And however you want to work with that, but don't take away these 3 materials and don't take away the plastic if it looks good, and they do look good all over. So I'm just hoping if you'd reconsider, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Beardalakis, 514 Ashland Avenue. I like to, in the evenings, now that it's hot, till well after sunset, take a ride around town through the sponge docks, take my pups with me. And in doing so, I've driven through the sponge docks, and I've seen some of the plastic signs, and they're not offensive. And as it's been spoken here, rust will affect metal signs, moisture will affect wood, but plastic is pretty durable in that regard. So I couldn't see when I saw in the backup the little flyer that was sent out saying plastic wasn't approvable. And as it was mentioned, quit micromanaging things that can be better dealt with by the merchants and the business owners themselves. But what concerns me in a bigger aspect is the code enforcement aspect. If Mr. Gotchman's sign is on private property, why is code enforcement going on private property to enforce something that's meant for public property? There was a lot across the street from me where I live that was owned by the city. Since 1929, it was deeded to the city. Never once did I see a city employee come over and mow it or clean it up. However, once it was sold to a resident and it was in the hands of a citizen, code enforcement had no problem going out there and banging them. You didn't have mowed, haven't cleared out the yard, haven't cleared it out. She ended up getting over $1,500 in fines. So I really have issues with how our code enforcement is handled, as I've stated before, and again, nothing against Mr. Chief Young and his supervision of this department, but code enforcement needs to be under building development, not in the police department. And I know it's a civilian now as the code enforcement officer, but it needs to be more working with the building development because that's the primary things that they handle. So get code enforcement off the backs of the residents, and let's work on trying to solve this issue that should be easily solved by one change in the ordinance to allow plastic signs. And I'm sure Mr. Trask can advise you as to content and how you could handle the quote professionalism, because that can be objective or subjective, but this is easily solvable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Okay. Thank you. That's it. Commissioner Donovan, you have your request to speak? I see the light on.
Yeah, I don't have a question, just to comment on it. I didn't support this when it was originally proposed. I think it's a waste of our time. I think it's a waste of the business's time. I just don't think it's something that we should be involved with. I understand staff's frustration because we did go through it. I think the whole process took over a year in terms of reaching out. But again, now that it's back on the agenda, I did not support it originally. I do not support it now. So happy to get rid of this tonight if the board is willing.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yeah, just a reminder, this is a discussion item tonight. A couple different things. I want to bring up 4 or 5 points. This was discussed over 2 years. I know the backup has 6/9/2020 BOC approved ordinance, A-frames taking effect on the 1st of January, but we had probably 4 workshops and multiple discussions publicly with it too, over multiple boards. That led up to this case. There's also perception that this came from the board. It didn't come from the board. As a reminder, this came from our city attorney and staff. The board did not put this language in there. Actually, it became friendlier to businesses based on the initial verbiage that was proposed by the city attorney. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was it was just chalkboards were the only things that were proposed at the time based on other ordinances that were done by the city of Dunedin. That was point number 2. Point number 3 is that you see these in downtown Nashville, you see these in downtown Dunedin, you see these in other cities that just require chalkboard. Again, the city of Tarpon Springs has gone above and beyond that to allow additional items on top of just the chalkboard signs. And then the 4th one is we as a city, based on the conversations that I've had with the city attorneys in the past, is that we cannot regulate what the actual sign says. So you could put whatever you want on the sign itself. We could only regulate what the sign is, the size of the sign, what it's made out of. You can put whatever the heck you want on the sign. You could say Jacob Carr is the worst commissioner ever if you want to, technically. But at the end of the day, it's not us as a commission to say what you put on the sign. So the micromanagement is not there, and we can't regulate that based on my understanding what the case law has said in the past. So at the end of the day, it was discussed for 2.5 years, I think. I have no desire to change it as it stands today. Thank you.
Commissioner Ticioris, get
Thank
the
you.
light on.
I'm using the light, Mayor. I had an opportunity on Saturday to help out with Hippie Fest and got down there a little early and met Mr. Gouchman there, and he kind of walked me through some of the A-frames and everything. I got a better understanding, showed me various examples of a couple of plastic ones that looked good and maybe 1 or 2 that were questionable. But nevertheless, the bottom line was there wasn't an issue with the material that the sign was made of. And I appreciate Vice Mayor Carr's summary of how we got to this point. But I think we're hearing from the residents, the business people now, and I think we need to be considerate to what they're requesting. And as I've always said, ordinances are never forever. They can change. And so I don't have a problem with changing this and picking up on what Ms. Wunsch said, focus on. I don't want to call it the copy, which means content, but the style and the form of the printing and that sort of thing. But I'm not going to kind of get into that tonight. I'd leave that up to the staff, but I'm amenable to a change to this, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Well, after talking to many business people, and they showed me some of the plastic signs, some of them they look very, very well, better than some of those were being made out of wood or metal. I think it's time for us to look at these ordinance, fine-tune it, and as I said earlier, the reason why this ordinance was and all these A-frame restrictions was in place is to make sure that we have signs that look presentable and that look good for the tourist. But we now realize that we have some changes to make because by doing that, we also created some hardships to people. So I think what I'd like to do is ask the city manager to bring back to us recommendations on how can we fine-tune this ordinance, and then we get the guidance of the city attorney how to revise this ordinance. Mr. Trask, anything that you'd like to add?
No, I think that that's a very good direction that we would take. City staff come to you with some recommendations, but ultimately we could create or draft the ordinance to make the change if there are changes.
Okay.
Mayor,
Commissioner, thank you.
thank you. Just because we've got code enforcement out there visiting businesses right now, is there something that I don't think we need to vote on it, but unless City Manager LaCourse, go ahead, you're waving. But my point was to provide some relief if we're going to be looking at this.
You don't need to do it. Once you bring it up at a meeting like that, we suspend things until, once you bring this up, if the vote is there to bring this up and renew it, it's always it would stop immediately until that was resolved.
So based on what you're hearing from the commission tonight.
If that vote goes through to reconsider, then the action would be vote to bring back the order. And, you know, if you're unhappy with the ordinance as it's written now by your vote, and we're going to look at changing it, then we would suspend that action.
I'm not sure.
I would like, excuse me interrupting you,
Yeah,
but I think we are, just for clarification, that I'd like to have a motion to ask the city manager to provide recommendations to move forward, to include the, how can we include the plastic signs to make sure, and still have presentable and good signs.
Mayor, before you do that.
In the meantime, excuse me, Mr. LaCourse, in the meantime, also, I like to see that, when it's a private property, we shouldn't, as a city, have the right to go there and inspect somebody's signs if it's inside the private property, in my opinion. Do you agree with that, Mr. City Attorney?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that if you can see a code violation from the street or a sidewalk, that it should be enforced. And so it's just like high grass, junk, trash, and debris, broken windows, no doors, no pool fences. We see all those from the street or the sidewalk, and those are all on private property. In fact, all code violations that we prosecute are on some form of private property. So, no, I don't agree with that.
You want to make a motion? I was pointing to Commissioner Donovan. I was going to make a motion, but
To be honest with you, I don't really think it, as far as coming back for more discussion, I mean, the dates are there. We discussed it for over 2 years, and our city attorney's been clear that you can't change the content of a sign. So I think at this point, it's either you keep it or get rid of it entirely. So that's why I mean, if we want to go ahead and direct the city manager to put it on agenda at some point, I'm good with that. But I don't think in terms of him coming back and saying, okay, what about this style, what about that style? Then I think we're back to square one, and we're just wasting our time and wasting business's time.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Donovan. I'd make a motion to make it very narrow with regard to the materials of the sign and
Yeah, we
focus.
make that a little quicker. We only got 2 minutes left.
I've got a motion to keep it as is.
I move that we direct the city manager to look at the material of the signs, the A-frame signs, reconsider plastic, and to come up with some additional changes that would be consistent with what he's heard from the merchants and the businesses over this evening.
Do we have a second? No second, it dies.
Okay.
Any other motion?
Motion to keep as is.
Do we have a second for that? We have no second. So,
motion to adjourn.
we have no motion at all. I guess we'll leave it the way it is.
I don't think that's going to help, Mayor.
No, I think I'll make a motion for the city manager to make this discussion an actual agenda item on a future agenda. That way that we can take action on it.
Second.
Because and the reasoning behind me not seconding that your original motion, Commissioner, was just I don't think we should bring it back and say, okay, let's consider new styles, new materials, that kind of thing. So that's why I didn't second the motion.
It's fine. I support your motion. The whole point of my supporting the motion is,
Ask the question.
is to, I'm sorry, let's go ahead, Mayor, take the vote. I second the motion.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
No.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Well, that concludes the regular session, also concludes the meeting tonight, and it's adjourned at 11:15 p.m. Just made it.
No, that's fine.